Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are, and welcome to today's live stream. It is Friday, the 5th of December. How you doing? Hey, we made it. It is the eve of the weekend. Yes, that's right. It is a very, very important day on the working person's calendar. Like I said, the eve of the weekend, baby. That time of the week, those 2 days that you get away from the clutches of capital. And so just take pause and revel in the fact that you've made it through the working week. Another one where, nearing to the end of the year here. You've made it to the end of the working week and you're about to enjoy some freedom that has been granted to you because of the struggles of working people that have come before us. Thanks to the organization of workers just like you, but a long time ago, it would feel like now, you can enjoy some time off. So, take pause to remember that. What up, what up? Did someone say pipe? Here to watch the embers burning out. Fair enough. Um, yeah, so let us do our usual Friday pleasantries before we get into the fun of today. I would like to take a moment to pay my respects to workers past, present, and emerging. It is on your shoulders, it is on your backs that the entirety of the modern world is built, if you think about it. Like everything that you see around you right now, everything, have a quick glance, everything of the modern era has been built out by working people, has been created by working people and their hard efforts, been created by someone's labor power. So, appreciate that stuff. It's not often that we get the chance to take stock of all of this sort of stuff. And yeah, appreciate the weekend too. So I hope that if you are unfortunately working over the weekend, or maybe it's good, maybe you get the penalty rates, maybe you get time in lieu. I hope you do get compensated for that. But like most of all, I really do hope people enjoy their free time. That's the main thing. Um, you know what I'm here for. LOL. Well, I hope you're here for Far Right Fridays because here it is. We've got another installment. We are up to like part 5 now of Far Right Fridays, of the Australian style, where we've been systematically going through and kind of understanding where people develop their right wing ideology online. Like, what content are people consuming which pushes them down a right wing pipeline or indoctrinates them into thinking with right wing mindset, conservative ideals? Like, how does that happen online? Because most of our lives spent these days, or a lot of our lives spent these days, is online and is incredibly influential. I'm always stoked, like absolutely stoked, when I don't know if you have any Apple gear, but like your iPhone will tell you, I don't know, on Sunday or Monday or something like that, it'll tell you a weekly summary of how much time you spend on your device. And so it's always daunting to see how much time we spend in online spaces. But I think that's where a lot of people get their political education these days. It's definitely where they get their current affairs, where that's the realm of politics. And so, you know, how people get acquainted with, like how working people get acquainted with conservative and right wing thought online. It's been a very interesting investigation over the last couple of months now, at least. So we're tuned in for another Far Right Fridays. The Australian far right are by far the most retarded of the right wing globally. LOL. Well, fair enough. Savage take there. But like, I heard someone talking about like the NSN, for example, and that's what you would actually consider to be hard right in Australia or far right in Australia, as opposed to people that are just like, I don't know, left, right of center or conservative or something like that. Um, they describe these people, these men, as like, disgruntled teenagers, basically. Not like, you would compare to potentially people from, the KKK or something in the US in the 60s. Um, they just, you know, as you have stated, the far right in Australia are by far the most retarded of the far right globally. They seem to be very amateurish stuff, but it's always good to keep an eye out because you never know when that could develop. Um, yeah, you never know. Replace the word retard with bogan, and it makes a lot more sense. Yeah, it makes sense to Australians, I guess. Um, so, yeah, anyway, let us dive in to Far Right Fridays. There is one thing that I wanted to have a look at, I guess, before that. Let me see if I can find it. Which I thought was interesting. I think it's actually something that I came across, but you had already put up on Discord. Um, where is it? Might have to find it on Discord in the general chat, I think. It's something that is interesting because Pauline's getting a lot of attention at the moment, Pauline Hanson. So I thought, let's have a look at this because this actually kind of refutes what she did last week in the Senate. So if you're not aware, Pauline Hanson from One Nation, a very, I guess you would say, yeah, just conservative politician in Australian politics. She pulled a stunt in Senate, yeah, last week where she wore a burqa into Parliament. Into the Senate, sorry, and it outraged a lot of people, pissed off a lot of people, but it was a stunt. It was obviously a stunt, and like her stunt was to draw attention to, I guess, religious encroachment in Australia, or cultural encroachment. She uses it kind of as a wedge to argue that like there are cultures coming in with their own religious laws, and they're going to try and take over society. Now, there's been a lot of talk about her saying that this is about, actually it's about feminism, and she's fighting for the rights of Australian women who are being suppressed by their husbands as a result of another culture and law. And so she wore this thing into Parliament recently, a burqa, and like, it causes a lot of fuss. She got suspended from the Senate. She got censored. And there's another politician, I guess, of uh, her similar persuasion, I guess you would say. His name is Jared Rennick. We've watched some of his stuff in the afters. And yeah, he's from, I want to say, People First Party, I'm pretty sure, and he's not a sitting member of Parliament or anything anymore. He was, but he started his own party, and his work reminds me very much of kind of, a mix of modern monetary theory, but with conservative politics outside of his financial and monetary policy. And he's actually kind of outlined and criticized what Pauline did last week, and he explains, like, from a technical like manner, like how the Senate works and all that sort of stuff. He's described how what she has done is nothing more than a stunt, and like has technically explained that. So let's have a listen, and we might fact check him a little bit while we're doing that. Um, but yeah, shouting white men of white power on the steps of a government building and saying they're silencing us is just so asinine. LOL. Geopolitical gate crashes. I can't keep up with all of your references these days, laughed Jeff. It's good to have you. Good to see you're keeping your views within Australia today. Yes. As in like my views, as in like what we're actually going to be watching today. Um, but yes, that's where we're definitely going down an Australian right wing pipeline. Yo, 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 4IS is in the house. Won't have much time today, but checking in nonetheless. Thanks for doing the check in. It's good to have you. I hope you're getting treated well by Capital. I know you're getting pumped at work at the moment, so good luck to you. Um, So let's have a look at what. So this is another right wing or a conservative politician calling out Pauline and saying like this is just it's just bullshit what she's done in Parliament. It's interesting. Get a lot of flack this week about your international coverage. Hey, am I? I haven't noticed. Maybe I have. Oh, actually, yes. Someone was coming in yesterday. Someone came in yesterday and was saying like, why are we covering this stuff? And then there was that guy for on Kick who was like, who the hell do you think you are, talking about the Philippines and the Ukraine and Russia? What makes you an authority? That's right. Reference to old mate from Kick. Ah, yes. Ah, yes. Okay, yes, I'm sticking to where I'm allowed to speak about because of my passport. Yes, that's right. That's right. I'm bound to discussions because of my nationality. That's right. That was the logic. All right. Let's do this. Let's get the technical reasons here.
Either you're against the uni party or you aren't.
So loud.
Over the weekend, the Katter Party lost a seat to the Liberal Party because One Nation preferenced the Liberals over the Katter Party. Now, you can't claim to be against the uni party and then preference them against another minor party that stands up for putting the people in front of the actual big institutions like big government.
So is this true? Like straight off the bat, I got to fact check this guy. I'm gonna get my research assistant out. There's nothing you can do about it, so don't bother fighting against the machine that Sam Altman has provided for us. Did the Katter Party lose a by-election to... Oh. Struggling. A Liberal candidate recently somewhere in Australia. I'm assuming this all takes place in Queensland, though, right? This is our boy, Rennick. Yes, the Rennictarians. This is Dilemmas's boy. Yes, just recently the Katter Party lost a by-election to a Liberal National Party of Queensland candidate. So by-election for the seat of Hitchinbrook in the Queensland Legislative Assembly. Okay, so this is a state thing. Okay, so like, is this true then, what he's saying? Did One Nation preference the Liberal National Party in this by-election? The two-party preferred result was roughly 53.8% to the LNP and 46.2% to Katter Party, Katter's Australia Party. It's major upset given Hitchinbrook was considered a stronghold for the Katter Party. Interesting. Yes, according to the published media analysis, One Nation did preference the Liberal Party. Okay, so he's legitimate. He's not lying. Now, this is really interesting because, I went along to the Put Australia First rally just last weekend, and everyone was, it was pretty much a One Nation rally, let's be honest. And they kept on talking about, the uni party and, got to bring down the establishment and change them, like, beat the status quo. Like all good anti-establishment rhetoric, but it was really like, One Nation is the answer. It's gonna beat the Liberals. It's gonna beat Labor. But like, here you go. Not supporting other small parties to support the big boys. I wonder what she gets out of it. I wonder what One Nation gets out of it. I guess it's an interesting one. I like Fridays. I don't have to defend my position. Just got to chill and let the facts and the logic flow. I don't know, man. We will question you when necessary and ask you to explain yourself. Like, what about this? Like, what's going on here? Are you Rennictarian or are you One Nation? Because it seems like Rennick's going to tear a hole in One Nation over the next 3 minutes.
Foreign bodies. The Katter Party has always put Australia first. So why would One Nation actually preference the Liberal Party, who has sold out to big corporates and globalist interests years ago? It's a real sellout. Now, the other thing that needs to be called out is that last week, Pauline Hanson pulled a stunt in the Senate that gave the impression that she couldn't speak on the burqa. This is false. Had she actually moved the motion to go into general business instead of formal business, she could have spoken to the motion. But she chose...
Slow down. Million miles a minute there, Rennick. Slow down. So, is it true that if Pauline Hanson had pulled the burqa stunt in general business time instead of formal business time in the Senate, she would have been able to speak and not been cut off? Like, if true, in terms of like the rules of the Senate and all that sort of stuff, like that's a massive like technicality there. But I can't find evidence of the timing of business, general time versus formal business time. Right, let's see what he said so I get the right language.
Hanson pulled a stunt in the Senate that gave the impression that she couldn't speak on the burqa. This is false. Had she actually moved the motion to go into general business instead of formal business...
Is there a delineation between general business and formal business in the Senate when raising motions? Dilemmas is my favorite far rightoid. Jokes, no jokes. Rennick for sure, but people first need more time to grow. What am I going to do? Vote for Labor and Liberal? One Nation are the most tipped to become the official opposition party. What a crazy Australia that would be. That is true. There's no more Liberal Nationals. It'll be One Nation. V Labor. To allow the Senate to quickly deal with items that are non-controversial. That's what formal business time is for. To allow the Senate to quickly deal with items that are non-controversial happens at a specific scheduled time early in the sitting day. Any senator may ask for an item of business to be taken as formal. If any senator objects, the item cannot be dealt with as formal business. If no one objects, the motion is put without debate and usually without amendment. Formal business is used for condolence motions, non-controversial statements, procedural motions, simple agreed matters, general business, to allow senators to move motions that can be debated, including contentious ones. Key features occurs during general business time, usually afternoons, evenings, or on certain days. Senators can move motions, debate motions, amend motions, speak at length within time limits. Items are not listed on the notice paper under general business. These motions often include political statements, controversial or partisan motions. Why this distinction matters politically and strategically. If a senator wants to make a speech, build political theatre, or lodge controversial statement, they must use general business or another debate-friendly part of the schedule. Formal business is only for quick, uncontested items. Like, that really does change the whole debate on free speech. Because remember when we were speaking about this last week and we had Americans in here and they were just like, why won't you just let her wear the burqa? If she wants to make a political statement, that's her, job as a politician. Like, if she wants to be a dickhead, like, let her be a dickhead. Who cares? It's politics. And like, there were many Australians that were just like, oh, it's very controversial. But, it would seem that she knew that if she brought this up, and it's like in formal business time, she was like banking on the fact that she was going to get censored for the political stunt, as opposed to putting it in a position where she could actually talk about it. She was playing the game. So it literally was nothing other than a stunt. Now, if that was the objective, then fair enough. But like, if anyone's kind of thinking that this is about freedom of speech, then like that might not actually be the case then, it would seem. Not at all. What happens when the Liberals become a minor party and preferential votes flow to One Nation as the backstop? Matt Canavan already raised that point. Interesting. That's a game changer in the whole, like, should she be allowed to wear a burqa in Parliament? Like, all that sort of controversial stuff about free speech and like allowing politicians to to speak on anything, let's say, she knew what section she would get shut down in. It's very interesting. But like beyond that, she got suspended for, I think it was for the prejudicial nature of what she was doing. It wasn't about bringing something up in formal business time, but still interesting nonetheless. Correct. It was a stunt to expose the side people stand on in politics. But like a stunt that she knew, like it was a stunt to actually get shut down. Like she didn't want to speak about it at all. So it was really a stunt. It's not about free speech then. It's just about, yeah, like you said, it's just about exposing that people don't want her to wear a burqa into parliament. It's not about free speech though. She's not an idiot. She wouldn't survive 30 years. She gets by because everyone thinks she's an idiot. Interesting.
She could have spoken to the motion, but she chose to put that motion into formal business, knowing that any senator in the chamber could have denied her right to vote. Now, the reason why we know it's a stunt is that Pauline Hanson had a burqa on hand ready to actually wear into the chamber if she was denied the opportunity to speak during formal business. This isn't actually an uncommon occurrence. It happened to me on numerous occasions, but I didn't bother pulling a stunt to prove, and carry on like a victim. That is not how we are going to get the outcomes.
My speech was silenced. Like it was a lot like that. Like some of the people I was speaking to at the Put Australia First rally, they were like, "Oh, she's being censored. She's being shut down. She's not allowed to talk about burqas." And it's like, well, actually, she could talk about them. Whether like she'll get suspended for wearing one in Parliament, but she could definitely talk about it. No one's stopping her from talking about it.
We need in this country. And instead of actually talking about a legitimate issue like the burqa and valid issues over whether or not coercive control is involved when women are being forced to wear it by their husbands, or the security issue, it all became about Pauline pretending to be a victim. Now, no one gets more media attention in this country, with perhaps the exception of the PM, than Pauline Hanson. Not only does she get media attention, Sky News basically puts her chief of staff or her daughter on TV just about every night throughout regional Australia for free. Most other politicians would kill to get that type of publicity. Had Pauline Hanson been really serious about fixing the problems in this country, she would have started to build a proper party 30 years ago, not this year after people first started branches itself. If we want to change the way things happen in this country, we need to go and do the hard yards by building a machine that can actually beat the machine. Pulling stunts in the chamber and then crying poor over it and playing victim is not the way we should do things. It's what
they're totally allowed to scream into the void anytime. Yes. They just, there's a time and a place in the schedule, unless you're just literally doing it to make it look like to the public. And like the media ate that up. They're just like, look, she got shut down. She wasn't allowed to talk. They stopped her from talking about it. Like just ate out of, the hand kind of thing. Interesting. Australia First rally had Avi Yemeni kicking out Ozpil. Yes, I know in the USA and the USA First movements, he's not pro-Israel. In the USA First movement is not pro-Israel. It is interesting. It is interesting. And after we've watched some of her, season 2 of Please Explain, we're actually going to have a look at something where Ozpil talks about his experience with Avi Yemeni and all that sort of stuff. Got to pick your battles. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. No, not according to him. Hey, he's calling her out.
The left does. It's not what people who know that.
Oh, you said the left. Quickly.
Pulling stunts in the chamber and then crying poor over it and playing victim is not the way we should do things. It's what the left does. It's not what people who know that life is all about hard work and wealth for toil and reward for effort. So I'm going to call Pauline Hanson out both for actually preferencing the Liberal in front of the Katters. We desperately need a crossbench in the Queensland Chamber, and pulling stunts over issues that do matter but end up actually going nowhere because Pauline would rather put herself and make herself the issue rather than the genuine issue that it was.
He's not happy. Another important fact is she actually had a bill before the Senate to ban the burqa, which had she not chosen the path she did, she could have spoken to the bill. Yeah, interesting. And then they made it out because like all the stories were just like, oh, she had a bill and they wouldn't let her speak about it, kind of thing. It was like, well, no, she deliberately did it in a time where she could get shut down, and then no one could speak about the bill. If she really cared about, feminism, right? Looking out for the rights of oppressed women, then like she would have allowed the bill. Like honestly, if she really cared about these women being oppressed, she would have made sure that the bill would have been discussed. But like, it's not about, you know, the rights of women, I guess. I am right leaning and have completely come around on Israel. They are genocidal. There you go. Oh, sorry. You mean like pick your battles. The enemy, my enemy is my friend in regards to the marches. Yeah. Um, Oz and UK seem more anti-Islam than America somehow. Maybe the Americans are sick of Jew York stuff. J Street, hey? Maybe. Maybe. That's interesting. I'm right leaning and completely come around on Israel. They are genocidal. This is an interesting position here. I think there's a lot of people like across the board who are just kind of sick of Western support for the state of Israel. And like, yeah, their blatant disregard for the rule of law, and like human rights and all that sort of stuff. Like they just, we've seen enough of it. And like, yeah, across the board, people are just, they're calling it out for what it is. It's not ideological. It's not, it's not even religious anymore. It's just the actions speak for themselves. The material conditions are there, and everyone can see how awful, how atrocious it is, how inhumane it is in terms of their foreign policy and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, that's very interesting. Rennick had a spot where he was going a bit hard on Israel, but he backed off. I think he realized that he wouldn't be able to grow the party if he kept it up. Is that interesting though? But like, if the sentiment really has changed on Israel for the most part, then you should be able to build a party and still have an antithetical position to Israel without having to worry too much about it. Because like people will understand that it's not defendable. Their actions are not defendable anymore. Israel lobby stuff has been coming out from both sides, from what I've seen, but that might just be my feed. Interesting. Zionists have co-opted some Christians. The Israelis are kicking Christians out of their own houses in the West Bank. Yeah, the Zionist lobby is like definitely, or the Zionism is a big thing for Christians, especially in America. You hear about that all the time, right? Christian Zionists, the big thing, and it's important for the Israel lobby. Um, the stream is irresistible, even for the naysayers. And we will find out. We'll find. We'll wait until we get into. Paul, are you ready, Jag? We're gonna watch more of that cartoon that we watched in the lead up to the movie coming out next year. What was it called? Super progressive movie. We're gonna watch more of that. Strap yourself. Can't wait. Strap yourself in, bro. Uh, Bro, none of us care if he's a trot or whatever. We're watching a streamer talk about his politics. LOL. Um, Need to wait another 5 or 10 years, and all support for Israel will be gone. It's a big call, man. Like they do have a lot of like influence, and they have a lot of money, so they can get influence. Like literally buy influencers, right? Such a non-issue to get attention. Smart politically, yes. I would say marriage debate in Turnbull years is similar, though I voted yes. It's not a huge working class issue that impacts us all. Yeah, fair enough, you know. But it's definitely, so if it's just a stunt, like you said, it's a non-issue to get attention. It's just a stunt. It's just a stunt. Because I've heard people like defend her actions to be like, look, she's fighting for women's rights here. And I'm just like, oh, well, I guess if you frame it like that, then like that makes a little bit more sense. But it's, if she really cared about getting the bill through, she would have done it properly, I guess. I thought Albo's nickname was the Trot. I think I've heard people refer to that before. All right, let's go on to the piece of the hour. So like we're gonna go back in time here. We're going back to pretty much this time 2 years ago. So this started in September. This aired September 22, 2023. And this one's Qantas. Pauline Hanson's Please Explain. I'll try and do my best. I'm not really across Australian politics, so for the international audience, I will try and explain things as we go. But I might just ask people in the chat to explain things if I'm not across it. But this is what we did last week. We went through season 1 of Pauline Hanson's Please Explain. If you're not aware, she has, I don't know, it's not her, but like she's put her name to and helped produce a feature-length film called Super Progressive Movie, and it's just like shitting on wokies and progressivism. And like, you know, the trailer looked pretty funny, like obviously for all the wrong reasons, but hilarious nonetheless. And so this is kind of the origins of that movie. I didn't realize that this mini series existed. She has like I said, she has a series called Please Explain. Pauline Hanson's Please Explain. And you know, this is the type of stuff that helps shape kind of right wing, I guess you would say, conservative opinions in the online space. Because I've seen this stuff on, you know, social media, on Shorts or on TikTok and stuff like that. I always wonder where the hell it was coming from, but like, you know, here it is. Dilemmas. I can't speak from experience. I can speak from experience. ALP subfaction, the hard left, which is Albo's subfaction, hates trots. Volto, a trot is a Trotskyist. I vaguely remember the anti-gay marriage stuff back in the day, but I largely ignored it. And she's how now with the extra air pockets as he matures. She's paying random Gen Z brained cartoonists to appeal to doom scrolling tards who can't disseminate propaganda from news. Oh my god, that's savage. Savage take there. There's your analysis. Gen Z brained cartoonists to appeal to doom scrolling tards who can't disseminate propaganda from news. Well, we're all about propaganda here, so let's dive into some propaganda, shall we? Qantas is our national airline or carrier for the international audience. If you ever come to Australia, you'll probably get on a Qantas plane somewhere along your trip.
We're flying through a bit of turbulence here, boss. We've been dubbed into the ACCC for selling tickets for flights we knew were going to be cancelled. We're going to be fined hundreds of millions of dollars.
And we're about to lose this High Court decision, so everyone's going to know we illegally sacked 1,700 staff.
And even though we publicly begged for money all throughout COVID, we're about to post a $2.5 billion profit for the year. We're in big trouble, Mr. Joyce. What are we going to do?
Alan?
We'll be fine as long as I've got me Lucky Charms. Diddly-dee. Yeah, I don't know if that's going to cut it this time, Alan. Look, why don't we just pay what we owe? Do better for our customers, you know, be better corporate citizens and restore this great brand to what it once used to be.
Yeah, you're right, screw that guy. But what are we gonna do? Well, why don't we have a wee little chat with our most frequent flyer? Come on, Nathan, my son. Come and see where Dad does his best work, the airport. Oh, Dad, but can't we just hitch a ride with Richard Marles in the military private plane?
Out of me way, boys. I'm going the Goldie.
This place is disgusting. I don't want to be around these commoners. Nah, don't worry about that, Nathan. Your old man's pulled a few strings and got you into the Chairman's Lounge. What's the Chairman's Lounge? Just Australia's most exclusive club. The only way in is by invitation by the chairman himself, who just happens to be one of my bestest friends. Come on, Nathan, let's go and see inside. Welcome to the Chairman's Lounge. Whoa, this is sick!
Is this legitimate? Is there actually a chairman's lounge? Has Albo been invited to it? So for context, you know, yeah, a couple of years ago, like it's been kind of going on and off for a while now, but Qantas, as everyone shut down over COVID, like Qantas was asking for bailout money, like they needed assistance. They then went on to still get record profits, massive profit margins, and, you know, obviously big payouts for their executives. And there were big struggles going on and they were letting staff off. So they're taking money in one hand, you know, and then like paying themselves out in bonuses on the other, and still making profits. So, people were pretty fucking pissed off about that. So, she's picking up on the class war here. Let's just say. Bro, Midwestern marks are probably mildly retarded. May as well watch Has, lol. She's playing... No, wait. Unironically, though, I was Has was back on Twitch on YouTube, lol. I wish. I believe there is fact check required. Like, fact check required on what, though? On what part of that? Yeah, and it's for politicians, large industry execs, and their partners and children. Oh, it's legit. This is actually legit. Okay.
Taxpayer money, sir.
Nathan, please! We have taxpayer money at home. Now come on, let me show you around. Only the elites are allowed in here, like all the Australian politicians. Oh, look! There's Pocock and Jordan Steelejohn and Lammy. Dad, it's 8 o'clock in the morning. Anything goes at the chairman's lounge. Look, there's PricewaterhouseCoopers. What's going on, fellas? The usual. Just a bit of light treason. Hey, kid, want an internship? Nathan, please, we have PwC internships at home. Oh, Dad, what's that? Well, that's the best thing about the chairman's lounge. This is where you get to look down on the...
What, like fact check the chairman's lounge? I don't know, man. Look, Indoctrination's already said it's there. That's good enough for me. Let's go. Does Qantas have a chairman's lounge? Oops. Qantas Chairman's Lounge. Ah, it looks so much better in the gold-plated room. Still pretty fancy, though. Invite-only, members-only lounge. Not accessible by status, frequent flyer points, or public bookings. Who gets access? Invitation only. High-profile individuals, politicians. You know when, like, people try to understand how society works and they're just like, oh, no, we don't live in a class society. And it's like... But, like, we still have exclusive areas where only high-profile individuals can get access to. Politicians, senior public servants, business execs from large organizations with corporate travel arrangements. Okay? So it's like, literally, there is separate classes of humans. It's the way it is. Wait, I am racist? Voltaire, you've been pulled down, man. You've been profiled, man. All right, back to it. It seems to exist.
Commoners, you can laugh at them, you can spit on them, or you can do this. Random bomb screening.
Get on the ground!
Oh, what's this do?
Qantas flight to the Goldie is now delayed. Sorry, not sorry.
Oh, Daddy, I don't ever want to leave. Can I have a membership, please?
That could be arranged, my boy.
Well, if it isn't my best friend, Alan Joyce. Hello, Anthony. Please, gentlemen, take a seat. Daddy, are you sure this is okay?
God.
The stewardesses are doing fine, young man. They're on minimum wage. Yeah, they're on $49,000 a year, Nathan. Come on, pull up a stewardess. So, Joycey, any chance we could give Nathan here a membership? Oh, I'd do anything for you,
savage.
Anthony. But you know, things are pretty tight here at the moment, financially. I think we're gonna have to shut down that route to Wagga. Alan, no, you can't do that. That's a marginal seat. Oh, but things are just so tough, Anthony. I don't think we're gonna be able to pay yes on all those planes either, I'm afraid. No, Joycey, please. I'll do anything to help. Oh, no, the government has done enough for me, Anthony. It's real tough being a giant corporation with critical public utility. And to make things worse, this Qatar is coming in to make things tougher. Say no more. Consider it blocked. You do that for little old me. Of course, I'm the most powerful man in the world, Alan. I'll have him blocked by this afternoon. Kingy? So, Nathan, about your membership. All I need to get you signed up is... Get your hands off me! All I need are these Lucky Charms. No way. Oh, but look at all me Lucky Charms. That's right, Nathan. Qantas has it all by the balls. They shower us with gifts in this beautiful lounge, and in return, all we have to do is anything they want. But big business only acts in the interest of shareholders and profits. Isn't government supposed to act in the best interest of the country? Shut up, Nathan. You sound like a disgusting commoner. You're in the chairman's lounge. Show some disrespect to the common man.
You sound like a disgusting commoner? Far out, man. This is savage. Is it true? Or is it just during COVID? How much does Qantas pay its air hostesses? For Qantas flight attendants, 62 to 64,000 a year. Some sources list somewhat broader all-up range of about 45. Imagine that, 45,000. Damn. You can't fucking live on that. Well, you can't raise a family on that. I guess you could live on that. Damn, fuck, that's heavy. Recent changes in pay increases under the same job, same pay reforms. Those previously employed via labour hire firms had a pay increase of 20,000 per year. Shit.
You know what? You may have given Qantas your balls, but you should never have given them your integrity. This isn't what 33% of the country voted for. So what do you say, Dad? Let's just take our balls and get out of here.
Stop, Qantas, I'm flying Virgin.
Savage. The best part is still the music. 100%. The best part is still the music. Alright. Let us continue, shall we? That's pretty crazy, though. They get paid 49. If the claim is right, they get paid 49,000 a year. It's fucked. In New South Wales, how much do teachers make for an annual salary in public schools? Newly graduated teachers, about 90,000 a year. The more experienced teacher, 129,000 a year. Man, that is a massive, massive difference. Getting paid 49 and then entry-level teacher $90,000 a year. How the fuck do those, like, do they make ends meet? Far out. It's heavy. All right, let's do this.
Order up?
Yes, Chef.
Thank you, Chef. What do you want?
I'm looking for a hot potato.
No, Lisa Wilkinson. I'm all out. Now, piss off back to the project.
Oh,
You looking for a political hot potato? Well, let's just say I've got one right here. It's the Higgins case.
oh my. Where did you find that?
In Linda Reynolds' locker. Take a look inside.
Oh, wow. Is that?
Yep.
That's so valuable. Let me have it.
It's lunchtime.
This is such good news. I'm gonna get a Logie for this.
And it's gonna destroy the Morrison government. Oi, Katie! Look what I've got.
Oh my, that's amazing. Penny?
That's perfect.
We can use this as a weapon to destroy Morrison.
That's right. I can't wait to tell the others.
Shh. I'm not here. This is all very exciting.
Obviously, we need to deal with this with the utmost sensitivity and respect.
Of course, but first we need to make the case as public as possible.
There's nothing morally repugnant about that.
Give it here. I want to put my foot in it.
No, I want to use it for a bit. Me too. Hashtag national hero.
Give it here.
Oh my god. All right, let me give you some context for this. Can you very briefly explain the Brittany Higgins case. Do you think Albo kissed Murdoch's ring? His government was all about Media Royal Commission prior to getting elected? I don't know, actually. It's a good question. They're all supposed to do it. Who was the one who didn't do it and made a big scandal about it? I think it was Shorten. He refused. I think it was Shorten. Said he wasn't going to do it. He got nailed. So there was a case, a sexual harassment case within the within the Liberal Party at the federal level. It was pretty gross details and stuff like that. And so like what Pauline and crew are making a case about here is the opposition or people outside of the Liberal Party were just frothing on the fact that they could get access to this scandalous story so they could bring down their political opponents. I'm assuming that's what she's commenting on here. Everyone's frothing on the facts and like not considering that this is a sensitive matter and should be handled appropriately. They just want to use it to destroy their opponents. In March 2019, Higgins, then a staffer working at the Office of Defence Industry Minister Linda Reynolds, alleged she was raped by Ian Reynolds' ministerial office in Parliament House by a male colleague. Higgins said she attended a social event, became heavily intoxicated and left with the colleague expecting to get a taxi home. Instead, she claims that he took her to Parliament House. She says she woke up during the assault midway on the couch in the office, repeatedly told him to stop, but he continued, walking disoriented and half-dressed. Disoriented and half-dressed. Immediately after, the male colleague was sacked, officially for security breach and misconduct. Higgins initially reported the incident internally and to police, but she says was discouraged from pursuing criminal complaint due to career fears. And then it came out, and it was all the rage. So there's your context for you. It was found likely rape. Sorry, not sexual harassment. Got it.
Be Prime Minister.
I want a loogie.
I want revenge on the Liberals.
Well, let us weaponize it then.
Oh no! The case is falling apart!
It couldn't hold up under the pressure we were putting it under. I gotta delete that photo.
What are we gonna do?
Stuff it full of money. Dreyfus, chuck $3 million in it, quick.
Coming.
Oh, phew. Good work, Mark.
I did a good thing.
You did, Mark. And now we can go and govern without any fear this is gonna come back and bite us in the ass whatsoever.
Oh, this one's for you, 4AS.
Hi, it's me.
Is this one the referendum? Yeah, this is the one. Later this year, you'll be asked to vote no or yes for Anthony Albanese's race-based voice in a referendum. I wonder if 4AS is watching this. We'll see what Pauline Hanson's take is on this one, shall we? All right, back to it. I didn't even know you were in the house, Indoctrinator. Oh, no, you were talking before. Sorry. All right, let's go back to it.
Anthony Albanese, and I'm here to talk about the upcoming Voice referendum. And get excited, because this is going to be our most expensive referendum yet. That's right, $364 million. And instead of using that money to help ease the cost of living or address the housing crisis, inflation, Medicare, Veterans Affairs, boost productivity, we've decided it's more important to hold a referendum so we can make a tiny little change to the Constitution. Hang on.
Is that true? Did the Voice referendum cost $360 million? I'll try that again. Did the Voice referendum cost $360 million? Was it the most expensive referendum ever? Is that an accurate comment when adjusted for inflation? And what was the second most expensive referendum? I only did a simple Google on Trot, but I don't see why it's a bad thing. I would like to know more. I'll explain it for you if Cheese Swiss is not playing ball. There's a big division within, I guess you would say, Marxist, Leninist circles over whether they go Trot or not. And whether they go, and follow kind of Stalinists or Maoists and all that sort of stuff. It's just really, really petty infighting for the most part. But they're fighting over tactics, and never paying anyone any credit for the things that they've done that are noteworthy. Like, they all worked together to get the Russian Revolution off the ground, but then they all had disagreements and they went separate ways. And it has plagued the Marxist-Leninist movement ever since, with very, very petty infighting and like the type of issues that we've been speaking about all week, which is they can't get over themselves and their own self-righteousness for any form of solidarity. It's pretty sad stuff for the most part. If anyone feels threatened to stand up for themselves, they have accomplished their job. Anyone defending the Stalinist Maoist government are kind of psycho. No, it cost more. All right, let's have a look. Not according to this. How much did the voice referendum cost? The government allocated $364 million over several years to deliver the referendum. According to the Australian Electoral Commission, the cost of the 2023 referendum was listed at about $411 million. You're right. Whoever said that? Sean Damson. It cost $411 million. I love the smell of facts and logic in the morning. Another 60 move to One Nation. How's your tally go? Some media reports and commentary refer loosely to the cost about $450 million. Okay, so $360 million is roughly in the ballpark. It refers to the core budget allocation. Importantly, it was not taxpayer money earmarked for a Yes campaign. Yes campaign budget papers specifically that the funding was delivering the referendum. So it wasn't for a Yes campaign, it was for the referendum. I don't think anyone made that claim though. Yes, by a significant margin. According to the AC's publishing cost history, the 2023 referendum is the highest cost referendum on record. The previous referendums cost considerably less. For example, 1999 Australian Republic referendum cost $66 million. Another past referendum held in 1988 cost about 34. What about inflation comparison? Several commentaries have noted 2023 cost is much higher than what earlier referendums would be worth in today's terms. For example, one analysis argues that if the 1999 referendum cost was inflation adjusted, it would come to perhaps 130 to 150 million, depending on inflation index, which is still like half the cost. So calling the referendum the most expensive ever remains accurate. There you go. Savage commentary there coming from Please Explain. Tally keeps going up and will continue to. The snowball has momentum now. What? Because people spend money on a referendum. It's highly likely that future referendums will cost more money. It's just whether you like the issue, I think is. But it's far more in non-monetary ways because of all the divisiveness. Interesting. And I would say I'm the most progressive person here, to be honest, in practice.
Penny, I thought this was supposed to be a big change, a monumental change. No. But that's what I told the Indigenous community. No, we've got it down. Play it, Albo. Just stick to the script. Oh, yep. Sorry, Penny. That's right, a tiny, little, itty-bitty, modest amendment to the Constitution, the country's most important document. Don't worry about it. And to do that, we have to hold a national compulsory vote, called a referendum. And all we need to pass a referendum is more than 50% of the people to vote yes, plus a majority of the states. And that's what's called a double majority. Wait, really?
Yes, that's what it says here.
Oh, I didn't know it was going to be that hard to pass. I don't even think 50% of Aboriginals will vote yes, Bernie.
Oh, well, what would I know?
Bernie, you're the Minister for Indigenous Affairs. There's been 44 referendums and nearly all of them have been successful. Most of them have been successful. Only 8 have been successful in all of Australia's history. Even though most people were in favour of Australia becoming a republic, the model that was proposed stunk. But don't you worry, we've learned our lesson from that referendum. We're not going to be proposing a bad model. Oh no, we won't be proposing a model at all. That's right, this will be a vote purely on the vibe. No details, no costings, no worries. Now, when you hit the ballot box, you've actually got to write the words yes or no on the ballot. This is really important, so don't be referendum. If you're voting yes, it's as simple as writing the letters Y-E yes.
Cut!
That's the 5th time. Oh, I'm sorry, Thomas Mayo. I don't know why we're changing the Constitution. I can just legislate an advisory panel.
This isn't about an advisory panel, this is about Makarrata!
Oh yeah, Makarrata. That means coming together in peace and harmony and stuff, doesn't it?
No, it means to stab someone in the thigh with a spear!
Oh, okay. Well, there you have it. That's how to vote, but how you vote is entirely up to you. I know how I'm voting.
Savage. Referendum. Eh? That's the sentiment going on here. That's for sure. Eh? Do you think his nose looks like a dick intentionally? Probably. Alright, I'm gonna have to do something about this. My camera's gone again. It's so annoying. I don't know why this is happening. It's a little bit better. Yeah, probably. It's probably a dick for sure. Just for that reason. All right, so there it is. Scathing commentary on the referendums there, though, like just generally. They just don't pass. Now, I would like to know what people's thoughts are in a stream like this in terms of the actual idea of the Republic. Because the terms of the Republic, from what I understand, were pretty shit. And so nobody voted for a Republic. But I wonder what people feel like here. Yeah, I wonder what people feel like here. Republic or not? I'll leave it with you, chat. Tell me. The camera is still working. Yes, it is. All right, let's do this. The NDIS. Oh, God, this is going to be heavy as fuck. The referendum that Australia had on becoming a republic, very briefly, what were the terms for Australia's transition to become a republic? The 1999 Australia Republic referendum proposed the following key terms of Australia to become a republic. Head of state, replace the Queen and Governor-General with President of Australia. Method of selection, the President would be appointed by a 2/3 majority of the federal parliament, not directly elected by the public. What a shit go. Governor-General abolished. The existing role of Governor-General would cease, with the President assuming their constitutional powers. Continuity of government. All existing laws and structures of government would remain. Only the Crown's role would be replaced. Plebiscite. A constitutional amendment was required to implement this change. The proposal was rejected. About 55% of voters voted no. And all states except the Australian Capital Territory voted no. Isn't that interesting? All right. Depends on on which government was proposing it and who was in charge of writing the constitution for it. I think that's a big important call. Like, what's this about? Eh? John Howard picking himself as the president and not being elected by the public? No, thank you. No, thank you. All right, let's do the NDIS. I think we should elect the Governor-General as the authority above the Prime Minister as per the proposal by Australians for Better Government. If it's fair. You know, why not? Instead of them being used as a puppet in other people's foreign policy. people would know, but when pressed, you don't explain anything. Seems contradictory. Oh, you go. Is this your conversation with Cheese Swiss? He's still going. Can't stay away from the stream, can you, Cheese Swiss? I think you have a very important relationship with all of us. Just admit that you love us. Because you've obviously... There's nowhere else you'd rather be. There's nowhere else you'd rather be. We should be self-reliant, but we chained ourselves to the USA and getting scammed by tax-dodging corporations. I got a little word for you there. It's called capitalism, and we're all part of it, baby. We're all part of it. Yeah, there's some love for the mystery movement. It comes in all forms, and we get a lot of hate here too. I want to understand. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I think you can understand a lot from what's being written, and the presence can't get away from all of us.
Peter, Susan.
Doctor, how is it?
Is it okay? I have good news and I have bad news. The bad news is your party was absolutely smashed over the weekend in Aston. Destroyed.
Yes, but what's the good news?
Well, the extent of the damage is so bad that the Liberal Party could be permanently damaged. It may never be able to stand on its own 2 feet again. It's completely crippled.
How is that good news?
Well, it means the Liberal Party now qualifies for the NDIS.
The NDIS?
The National Disability Insurance Scheme. I mean scheme. Yes, scheme.
Here. Are you permanently disabled? Congratulations! You now qualify for the NDIS, brought to you by Labor. That's right. The same geniuses that brought some of the biggest budget blowouts this country has ever seen comes our fastest growing expense yet. The NDIS cost is almost unfathomable. $35 billion per year. That's just $100 million a day. And when I stop in there, we're growing by $75 million every single month and adding a new person to the NDIS every 6 minutes. And we are lowering the bar for what's considered disabled. Stubbed your toe? That's a physical impairment. Having trouble concentrating? You're psychosocially disabled. Voted for the Greens? Get in.
This has got to be jokes. It's got to be, right? Oh my god. Give those messages a sec. 2 more. Oh, is this something that I'm supposed to be reading out? Is the mod punk he keeps referring to Mr. Google? Yeah, pretty much. There is no mods, I guess. There's no mods on YouTube anyway. Volturd? You've been called Volturd? I wonder if should start calling you that now. All right, let's just hold up here. Am I supposed to be reading that or just wait? Just let me know. I can't believe my camera's fucked again. I don't know why this is happening. I think it's just so hot today. So hot. I'm going to finish this one off and then I'll read it. Done. All right, let me finish this one and I'll read it. If you're wondering what this is, internationals, we have something called the National Disability Insurance Scheme in Australia. So it was like set up to help people that have, I guess, disabilities and need assistance that's outside of like Medicare. It's not like, an immediate, I don't know, medical condition or something like that. I don't know how else to describe that. And so like we have it's like a scheme set up to help, provide assistance to people that would need it. I've had friends that kind of work for under NDIS programs, and they provide support to children with autism. They're like carers and trainers and stuff like that, and they go to people's homes and they teach the kids how to do stuff, etc., or they just provide support. But like it's a broad scheme, and it comes under a lot of flack because like with most government related services, people will fucking play the system, and there's been lots of businesses have been set up that have been, I guess, fraudulent and milking the system, and so like it gets a lot of flack from the same people that are usually like, dole bludgers and like social security is bad because people bludge off the system and rot the system, and it gets all the same sort of flack without any, I guess, of the recognition of the services that it is providing. Now they're making like jokes about it being really easy to get into, like the stub your toe, you can get into the NDIS. You have trouble concentrating, get into the NDIS. Vote for the Greens, you can get access to the NDIS. That's pretty funny. I'll take that one. It's a constitutional lawyer's take on Sloan Zone's opinion of Republic and why he gave up, and they implore them not to give up, and why it's important. Is Sloan Zone like somebody who does like kind of history of Australian politics? Discussing how they got away with it while our most vulnerable are left in the cold. These cartoons suck, lol. They're pretty lowbrow. Like the last one was pretty funny. Like the first season was pretty funny. These ones are just going after very particular policy issues and stuff like that. Nah, that's Mr. M. Ah, okay, fair enough. All right. Let me read this out in a second. Give me a sec.
Here with your cognitive disability, there's plenty of room. And because it was uncapped from the very beginning, the NDIS is gonna be our biggest blowout yet. Even this guy could see that coming. Who said that? And wait till you see what services are available on the NDIS. We've got soundbars, tarot readings, sex workers. Looks like reasonable and necessary services to me. Like this 3-night...
Okay, so this is an actual thing, right? There were sex workers that were being supplied to people in the NDIS. From what I understand about it is that there are adults with particular types of disabilities that have sexual needs. And so there are services that, provide sexual services to those persons. And so it was very controversial, obviously, and people were like, look, they get people in the NDIS are using taxpayer money to get prostitutes and all this sort of stuff, blown out of proportion, but it makes for funny culture war stuff, it would seem. They're trying to be Beavis and Hank and South Park, and it's annoying. They definitely got we were talking about the South Park thing, they've definitely got that down pat at the moment. Sloan Zone does current political news mostly. It loves to point out how bad liberals are. I have no idea what any of these words are. That's the video on the Republic? Okay, fair enough. I might read what you've written first. I like how and why that's bad, and maybe I want to come here anymore. Sloan just does politics, news, and updates in short video forms. Okay. I say let them fuck. Oh my god. They are not corporations that bled the thing dry. They are just bled dry themselves. I think that's a touch out of scope of the government's job. If he tells me he's a trot, at this point I'm just going to throw money at him. It seems like you can't actually answer anything, Mr. Cheese. Alright. Should we supply sex workers to virgin 18-year-olds because they grew up online and can't talk to a woman? Hey? I think, are you describing groypers? Is that what you're saying? I don't know. Depends. Do you consider the groypers to be people that need to be covered by the NDIS? That's a $1 million question there for you, Dilemmas.
Respite on the Gold Coast with a 3-park super park. Why pay $8,000 when the taxpayer will pay $15,000? You've got to get in quick because this rort will not last forever. So come with us and join the National Disability Insurance Scheme. Scheme.
Savage. That's Bill Shorten, right? They didn't introduce him, but far out. They're heavy. Heavy. My god. He doesn't look well. I'll give you that much for free. Alright, let's have a look here. So this is on a Republic. It's a bit of an essay. We're gonna have a crack here. Alright, you ready? Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. Strap yourselves in. I wonder if I can double that. So you said somebody came into your chat and they're a constitutional lawyer and they have an opinion on whether Australia should fight for a republic or not. Let's have a read then. All right. Should Australia become a republic? Let's hear it from a constitutional lawyer. This is a cut and paste from one of my chatters who's a constitutional lawyer. I would implore you to keep using your platform to advocate for an institutional reform and Republican values, irrespective of the now very well documented cowardice and intransigence from the Albanese government. Just look at how they handled Palestine recognition. And despite how Sisyphean the entire effort increasingly appears, it is vitally important that we become a republic. I'm going to change track a wee bit and outline why it's important from a legal perspective, something that you overlooked, in my opinion, starting with our draconian constitution. There's a great book I read last year called The Emerging Constitution by Rexford Tugwell, and he's one of the FDR's brain trusts. The central thesis of Tugwell is that the older a democracy's constitution, the less fit for purpose it becomes. He uses the US Constitution as his case study. It's interesting. It's very interesting. Because like the original people that put the American Constitution together were considering the document to be like what a constitution should be, a revolutionary document, which is something that actually needs to be updated. And they were talking about it being updated on a generational basis because each generation has their own kind of nuances. And this rings very true for our constitution too. It has been effective since the 19th century because it was conceived and designed for a time that no longer exists today within Australia. For example, we have one of the weakest constitutional rights frameworks in a democratic world. Only expresses 4 rights and 2 or 3 implied rights. We have no Bill of Rights. I've talked about this a lot. I wonder if 4AS is listening to this. You have some thoughts on this. We have no Bill of Rights, no entrenched civil liberties. That's basically what the French constitutions were basically just lists of civil liberties. Just a handful of scraps, trial by jury, limited. Freedom of religion, toothless. Just terms only for property. There you go. Bourgeois. That's how you know you live in a bourgeois society. It's just like, hey, we don't need fucking rights, but property. Eh? And protection from interstate discrimination. And the High Court has even had to invent implied freedoms out of thin air just to prevent Parliament from strangling political communication. This demonstrates just how truly fragile our democracy is, that basic free speech hangs on judicial implication rather than a constitutional guarantee. Don't worry. Even when you have a constitutional guarantee, the Americans in the audience will tell you the judicial system will still find ways around it. Additionally, the High Court has its judges appointed in near total secrecy on the advice of cabinet. No parliamentary hearings, no public scrutiny, no transparency. The public is simply told who their new constitutional guardian will be. And long gone are the days of judicial activism, trailblazers such as Kirby, Dean, Brennan, Gardner, and Toohey. Oz is becoming a leftist authoritarian hellhole. Wow. Massive claim there. Gonna have to back that up with something there, Zach. Because like this, if you're talking about what we're reading right now, this is just our constitution. It's been around for a long time. And from inside the confines of the legal justice system, these problems become so much more obvious. You think Westminster democracy works because you don't see its flaws internally. Because of the sparseness of our constitution, our legal system is constantly forced to paper over the cracks. Instead of having clear constitutional guarantees, litigants spend years and millions of dollars fighting uphill battles in the courts over implied rights and narrow technicalities. This delays justice, makes outcomes unpredictable, and renders the protection of fundamental liberties patchy and inconsistent. I would argue that, people love this stuff. I've spent enough time in kind of government to understand that actually the lawyers are quite happy with this because they've spent decades, creating their entire practices and their legal offices built on this sketchy system. They make bank out of the fact that it sucks and they don't want to change it. They're more than happy to deal in lawfare. They love it. It also has turned our appellate, Supreme Federal High Courts into playgrounds for the ultra wealthy, and true justice largely remains out of reach for over 90% of the population. In practice, many ordinary Australians never get meaningful redress, not because their grievances are illegitimate, but because the Constitution simply does not fit to provide timely and effective remedies. A republic with a modernized constitution would fix that by spelling out rights, out clearly and making the courts a more reliable avenue for justice. Damn. Savage. All right. Simply put, what we have now is not true sovereignty, and it never has been. It's a colonial hangover dressed up as stability, and it's a disgrace that our governments and most of the population have been paralyzed by timidity, complacency, and have wholly acquiesced into obsequious maintenance of the status quo. Such a lawyer, this guy, so good. Acquiesced into obsequious maintenance of the status quo. The single biggest disgrace, though, is the cowardice of governments on this issue. Every PM since the 70s has known that the Westminster democracy hangs on by a thread because of what happened to Whitlam. Yet none have had the conviction to force real change. The 1999 referendum was maliciously mishandled by politicians on both aisles who couldn't agree on a model. And since then, governments of both parties have quietly shelved the Republic question. Too scared to lose, too comfortable with inertia, too spineless to lead. Resultantly, Australia is now effectively run by career managers, not visionaries. They boast about independence on the world stage, but domestically they cower behind the fiction that our democracy works fine, and bootlickers within our population provision them with that license. Fuck, this is savage. Where did you find this person? It isn't statementship, it's abdication of responsibility. The other day I watched Albanese drop the word sovereignty 6 times in a 3-minute speech, hoping that if he said the word enough times, it would become reality. Numerous polls have consistently evidenced that Australians are open to a republic. That's why I asked the chat, but no one said anything. It was just dilemmas. Just dilemmas like, yeah, I'd do it, but it depends who formulates it, which is a fucking great question or a good point. Numerous polls have consistently evidenced that Australians are open to a republic, yet governments never make it a priority. They hide behind excuses, but in truth, the only thing blocking reform is lack of political will. Instead of treating constitutional renewal as a duty, these Delantes treat this as a nuisance to be avoided. Our democracy is outdated, fragile, incomplete. Oh, you guys can't see that. There. Can you see that now? Yeah. Our democracy is outdated, fragile, incomplete, and unable to tackle the litany of existential threats we now face today. We remain shackled to colonial constitution, dependent on unwritten conventions, deprived of entrenched rights, and saddled with opaque judicial processes. The monarchy is not a quaint tradition. It's a structural flaw that undermines sovereignty, accountability, equality, and it has to go. Fucking crazy. So don't give up, please. Yes, referendums are hard, but difficulty isn't an argument against trying. Damn. There it is. There it is. We can't stop. Can we stop fighting and be coherent in the chat? LOL. Yeah, I know it's hard for me to follow as well. You see why this is an interesting take. This person has a incentive to keep the system as it is and make bank. However, they want to change it. Also, it took me a long time to read this. Oh, fuck. It just disappeared. It took me a long time to read this through properly. For the legal language, I know, you can tell it's written by a lawyer, right? Far out. It's so chockers, full of legalese. Although the way they structure sentences and stuff like that's crazy. Why can't your cult leader answer a question directly? To be honest, because it's obviously getting under your skin. So I have to get something out of our relationship at the moment, Cheese Swiss. And if you're going to be just a douchebag, then like 2 can play that game. Fair enough. Thanks for sharing, though. That was interesting. So everyone has learnt now about the NDIS. Thank you, Pauline. Hey, does everyone know what the NDIS is? It's a system where people take government money and divert it into scams. Damn, the camera is still fucked. It's not great. You have to change cameras, I think. Give me a second. It's time to use the different camera. What are we going to use? This one, I guess. Yes. Unfortunate. Alright. Too bad. At least it's not delayed anymore. Alright, let's do this. I don't belong to a cult. Bro, this is a YouTube channel. Chill out. Savage. Alright, let's do this. Hey, have we got new people in here today, by the way? Alright, if you are new here, please, well, first, if you're on YouTube right now, hit the like button, please, because it helps with discovery. So I'm talking to you, YouTube people. Hit the like button. Smash that like button. And like, if you're interested in joining our community, we are on Discord. Here's your invite. Go over to Discord. This is where we drop propaganda, and it's propaganda of all sorts. If you are new, please join the cult. Yeah, that's what I was thinking as soon as I read that comments about cults. I was like, oh, wait a minute. We're supposed to be a cult, right? Everyone join. Here you go. Here's an invite to Discord. Come join the cult. Socialism kills more than cigarettes. Middle Cove Motors. God, please explain that one. Where do you get your stats from? It's not Grok, is it? But yes, please tell us more about that one. That's an interesting one. I'd like to know where you got that one from. I would like to know more. And why? Yeah, why? Why compare socialism to cigarettes? There's other things that could compete with the death toll of communism, I'm sure. But yeah, if you are enjoying this, come and join the community. All right, let's do this. Back to it. The blame game. Capitalism kills more than cigarettes and socialism combined. Well, like, capitalism produces cigarettes. So like, maybe capitalism is the real enemy here. It's the mode of production that makes the cigarettes. Oh my God. We fight over branding names. This is a pro-drug cult or an anti-drug cult, because I don't do anti-drug. I don't know. We've had some pretty interesting conversations in afters before, and everyone's been talking about their drug days. So I don't think it's the latter. We need to support our most vulnerable. Is that socialist ideas? Apparently. Apparently it is. All right, let's get back to this. So the blame game. There's a bit of that going on in the chat today, but like, welcome to the blame game, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do this.
All right, everybody. The referendum count has just started. Make yourselves comfortable. It looks like...
Tally, hey, you want to get high? All right, let's go. Let's do the blame game.
All right, everybody. The referendum count has just started. Make yourselves comfortable. It looks like we could be in for a long night.
Australia has voted no. It's all over.
He's dead?
Only 39% voted yes.
That should have been enough. I got 33% and I won government. Look, don't panic. Why don't we just legislate it instead? No! It's dead. Someone here killed my precious voice referendum, and I'm gonna get to the bottom of it. Was it you, Adam Banks? Don't you dare! I put a yes sign out like everyone else in my inner city electorate. Who was the strongest yes vote, by the way, unlike Bernie's electorate.
It couldn't have been my fault. I stuck to the script. Unlike Noel, you told him it was about treaty.
So did you. At least I said treaty was the second door. Wake up! It was Marsha who called no voters racist and stupid.
No, I called their argument racist and stupid. There's a really, really big difference. Besides, Pat and Megan spilled the beans on the Uluru Statement being 26 pages.
The first page still summed up the agenda anyway.
Yeah, and let's not forget Thomas let the cat out the bag for the reparations, pay the rent and punishing politicians.
Don't point your finger at me, Auntie Pat. It's obvious who killed the referendum. Misinformation.
That's misinformation to you. I had nothing to do with it. Besides, the media's been awfully quiet over there.
We should blame all the dinosaurs and heads at Sky.
I did my best, Ray. It was the ABC that let us all down. Kenny, we were perfectly obedient. The AEC weren't nearly as biased for my liking.
We're a statutory authority. We had to appear impartial, unlike the private sector. I'm looking at you, Qantas.
Oh, diddly dee. So all those yes stickers and free flights, that's what killed it. No, it couldn't have been my best friend, Alan. There's only one person left to blame. You know what? Maybe you're right, Thomas Mayo. Maybe I should have been a bit more upfront. Maybe I should have negotiated bipartisan support and released some draft legislation and been less arrogant and supercilious or dismissive. Maybe it is my fault. Maybe I shouldn't have treated Australians as stupid. Or it could have been Pauline Hanson's fault. Oh, yeah, it's Pauline Hanson's fault, yeah! Let's get her!
Uh-oh. I see what's coming. I have a hard time believing the bogan crackheads down the road actually understand what's going on. Are we talking about like drug cult stuff here? Hey, yeah. I do indeed smoke weed every day. I facepalm at the thought of bogans actually finding this funny or coherent. Hey, come on. Some of this is fucking hilarious. Coherent? I don't know. But some of it's fucking hilarious. They called us racist. We voted no. Now they're calling us racist again. There's a pattern emerging. I have a hard time believing the bogan... Oh, wait. I've already read that one. All right, here it comes. They're going after Pauline Hanson now. Strap yourselves in. Oh, yeah, for the international audience. I think I explained this before, but we had a referendum on whether or not to change the constitution to allow there to be kind of an additional arm of oversight or governance and oversight in like the Australian governmental system, to allow basically kind of like a constitutional advisory body that would help the government in making decisions. It would be referred to, and it would be like constitutional, legislated, that it had to be referred to and help in the decision-making process. And so there's a referendum to integrate, Indigenous participation, I guess you would say, in the governance process. And it would be undertaken at like multiple levels and like different groups and all that sort of stuff. But like it was, changing the Constitution, because our Constitution is, as that constitutional lawyer has said, if you ever read the Australian Constitution, like, I've done it, and like it's just useless. Like it really is a pointless document in terms of setting up a society. It's really just setting up a section, like a structure for governance, and it just tells you like separation of powers and who gets to do what. And so like they were gonna insert stuff to make that function properly, and people voted no, obviously, as a result of that. And that's what they're going on about here. Just a pattern the pattern we Australia is calling racist out as racist. LOL. I mean, if Pauline Hanson and Lydia Thorpe are on the same side of at least it's obvious the other side is right. They called me racist, so I turned to voting based on my feels. You've been called racist today as well, I think. Volturd, I think it is. It is not. We damn it. Nice visiting here, but I have to go back to work and earn more money, more tax to pay for Albo's wedding and Toto's Scotch fillet. Good luck. Good luck in the service of capital, doing that, right? Thanks for your tax service. Yes, true that. That's an interesting interpretation of what the voice was. Well, that's what it was supposed to be. Is it supposed to be something else? Oh, you actually got called voltarded. Really? I think I saw you say that's not very PC. It's funny when people drop their principles in the heat of battle, right? Pauline spends her time sucking up to big business. LOL. Yeah. Oh, we saw the picture. The dinner in Thailand, the lunch in Thailand. Yes, she does. Gina and all. And what am I going to do? Vote Labour or Liberal? Hey, I get mostly A's at uni, so I'm not that voltarded. Oh, well. Not according to some, eh? She is at every big business meeting. Yeah. That's why she's anti-establishment. Eh? I'm going to vote Labour. I didn't even know there was an election coming. Everyone's talking about it like it's looming. I know the whole government is run by lobbying. Yeah. That's how you revolutionize the system. Get rid of legalized corruption practices.
Alrighty, gang, time to get our revenge.
Put the pitchforks down.
Oh, but someone needs to pay for the voice failing.
Someone already did. The taxpayer. $400 million wasted. And billions more is wasted every year on an Aboriginal industry that continues to fail Indigenous people. The voice of all Australians has said enough. The answer is not more spending, it's better spending. It's accountability and responsibility. That's all. It's a modest request, a generous invitation.
Okay. You're right. Maybe I should focus on the plights of all Australians. The cost of living, the housing crisis, immigration.
No, not another melodramatic speech. Pull your head in and get to work, Albanese.
Oh, yep. Sorry, Miss Senator Hanson. Sorry.
Interesting. She's just the boss woman in all of this, isn't she? Oh, this one is going to be good. Hey, ready? This is a savage talking point. This is how you own the libs. How many times have you seen like a Charlie Kirk special on this one? Hey, go on, define what a woman is. Or one of those, you know those things that come up a lot where there's those debates and there's someone sitting in the middle in a table and there's like a ring of people around them and then they get to rush up to the seat and like, you know, debate someone. I can't remember what that forum is called, but this one's called What is a Woman? This is the height of the culture wars. This is how you own the libs. You ask them a scathing question like, go on, define what a woman is. We'll see how they tackle this one. Australia failed Indigenous people long ago. Yeah, why you don't go wear a burqa in Parliament and waste more taxpayer money? Now, they are lazy and need to get jobs and didn't rape and pillage. Jubilee is a shit show. Oh, is that Jubilee? Is that what it's called? Yeah, Jubilee. Yeah. No, of course not. Sarcasm for the slow. Jubilee. I don't know. It's this channel or like group. Hey Woozle, how you going? It's like this group that they get like one prominent person, like a political thinker or an influencer or someone in, and they plonk them in a room full of like oppositional debaters or potential debate bros and girls, and they get them to come in and like try and challenge this person and like argue against them. And then like if people don't like what they're saying, they put a flag up and then somebody else gets a turn and like they have to rush to the seat to try and debate against them. Have a look. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, everyone's being so mean to me right now, it's so unfair. Hey, you guys aren't plotting against me or anything, are you?
Who's that? Who's the one in the pink? That's Tanya. That's Penny. Who's this one supposed to be? I don't know who this is.
Oh, good. So I can sit with you girls then?
Actually, Albo, this table is for girls only.
No boys allowed.
Really? You're not just saying that because my poll numbers are so low that you're worried that even me sitting here will make you look bad, are you?
No, we're just having a women-only brunch.
Yeah, that's what we're doing. Brunch. For us women.
Fine. I'll just go and hang out with my other mates. Nah, come on, Albo. Not everyone hates you at the moment. Let's just watch some YouTube, eh?
Katie something? Yeah, I wonder who it's supposed to be. This one hasn't aged well either. A year ago, they were talking about him. Is it a year ago? Yeah, 15th of December. No, it's more than a year ago. It's almost 2 years ago now. But yeah, talking about his polling numbers being bad. And like, obviously at the time it must have been true. It didn't matter, did it? All right, let's go.
That's right, it's official. Everybody hates Albo at the moment.
Aw, man! Why can't I just force people to accept me?
Up next, a real and actual case before the federal court. Giggle v Tiggle. Trans woman Roxanne Tiggle, who was refused access to the female-only Giggle app, has taken its creator Sally Grover to court alleging unlawful discrimination. That's right, that's a real case, in real life.
Aha! Yes! That's it! Albo, hi. Can you make me a woman? I thought you'd never ask.
This is obviously what the fuck is the movie called? Mrs. Doubtfire. This is obviously a Mrs. Doubtfire reference, right? I wonder where they're going with this. It's better be good.
Well, hello, ladies. It's me, Euphigenia Dalbanese.
Albo, we know it's you.
And no, you can't sit with us.
Yeah, this is for women only.
Oh, really? Well, we'll just have to see about that. Read it, weep, ladies. I'm legally a woman, and you have to let me sit with you by order of the court.
What?
That's right, it's the law. So, men, huh?
Oh, come on, girls, let's get out of here.
Oh, girls, where are you going?
Sue.
Come on, Penny, push!
Albo, you can't be in here. This is a woman-only gym.
Girl, please. I've got a court order that says I'm allowed. Check it out.
Why is he even here?
I don't feel comfortable with him here.
Uncomfortable? Well, we'll just have to see about that.
Is this like referencing anything, or is this complete fiction? Like, is there something that's happened that like the Albanese government like defended, changed some rules, went through the courts on something? Is there some case about gyms or something like that specifically, or is this just complete fiction? She looks like Senator Katie Gallagher. I remember her shocky face when they found LNP financial shenanigans. Katie Gallagher. Let's have a look. Oh, okay. That could be her. Interesting. This Australian politician is serving as the Minister of Finance, Minister for Women, Minister of Public Service, and Vice President of the Executive Council in Albanese government since 2022. It could be her. Yes. Thank you. Is it to do with the Aussie case about the woman who had an online women's only group, Giggle versus Tiggle? Is that the case? Yeah, they did reference that before. But like, is there some, I don't know, case that Albanese has done something, like with gyms or something like that, or the government has backed something? I don't know. All right, let's get a brief description of the Giggle. Can you very briefly describe the end result? Oh man, yeah, we're right in the culture wars with this one, aren't we? Far out. Deep into the culture war. Okay, so good question. Tickle versus Giggle, not Giggle versus Tickle. Ooh. Okay, so it's Tickle versus Giggle. The case was brought about by Roxanne Tickle, a transgender woman from New South Wales. She challenged Giggle for Girls Pty Ltd and the founder CEO Sal Grover after being excluded from their app, which was marketed as a women's only social networking safe space platform. All right, let's have a look here. Maybe it's got nothing to do with Albo. They're just trying to make it topical, I guess. So this is Tickle. This is Tickle, and that must be Giggle. Giggle app. This is the representative for Giggle. This one here. She challenged Giggle for Girls. Yeah, I read that. Tickle had signed up and passed the app's initial selfie verification, was later removed when Grover determined she was not sufficiently female. Tickle argued this amounted to unlawful discrimination under the federal discrimination law because the exclusion was based on her gender identity. The case tested for the first time how the 2013 amendment to the National Sex Discrimination Act apply to women-only services or spaces, and whether transgender women is protected under the gender identification discrimination provisions. What the court decided, 2024 ruling. On the 23rd of August 2024, the federal court in Australia ruled in favour of Tickle. The court held that Giggle's exclusion of her from the app amounted to unlawful indirect discrimination under the SDA. The judge rejected Giggle's defense that sex should be understood strictly as biological and unchangeable, saying that under the law, sex can encompass legal recognition, gender identity, and social recognition, not just birth-assigned sex. As a result, Tickle was awarded a $10,000 in damages plus legal costs. The court did not offer a formal apology. Where were we? This is on the 24th of August. This is not when this was made, though. This was made like half a year before this case came to fruition, I guess, or finalized. This is the first time the case over gender identity discrimination in a woman-only space has been decided by the federal courts. So the ruling sets a legal precedent of how transgender inclusion and anti-discrimination laws apply in Australia. The decision clarified the organisation cannot rely on women-only label to exclude trans women. If their policies effectively disqualify someone because of gender identity or how female they appear, that can amount to indirect discrimination. It may influence how other single-sex services, apps, and spaces assess membership or access rules going forward, potentially shaping debates about how sex, gender identity, and rights to inclusivity or exclusion under Australian law. This was during that peak woke era. A news station salivating for that headline, Giggle versus Tickle. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, it's a bit like that, isn't it? It's too good. Giggle versus Tickle. Who wins? Do you prefer to giggle or tickle?
That's right. Take a good look at this. Get him out of here. Nah, you can't call me a he. I'm a woman. That's hate speech. That's the law. Yeah, read it, Penny. Not only can I force my way into women-only gyms and brunches and bathrooms, but you also have to be nice to me. Which means I'm completely uncriticisable.
To be nice
now
to
I don't
me.
have to worry about fixing the economy or the polls. No one can say anything bad about me anymore. Oh no, that would be transphobic. They have to love me and celebrate me.
Wait, no, that's not what this says.
Just got here. Which echo chamber is this? I remember when I first arrived in Queensland, I was told this lady was evil. I had a feeling the woke stuff would wane. First arrived in Queensland, I was told this lady was evil, as in like Pauline Hanson, the one in the thumbnail. Which echo chamber is this? I don't know if this really is what you would describe as your typical echo chamber at the moment. We're trying to understand the right-wing pipeline online and how people get into right-wing ideology online specifically. So we're trying to understand Pauline Hanson's Please Explain series, and we're up to season number 2. Which comes first, the giggle or the tickle? Eh? Interesting.
Oh, really? Well, we'll just see about that. What?
What this says?
They have to love me and celebrate me.
Wait, no, that's not what this says.
Oh, really? Well, we'll just see about that.
What? No! You can't legally force people to love you just because you identify as a woman. Get out of here!
Ah, but how else am I going to label any criticism levelled against me as discrimination and hate speech? Elbow, can you make me an Aboriginal?
Savage. Hey, and they ended it on that cliffhanger. Can't help themselves with that one. So Aboriginals have full protected status. Is that the lesson? Even above the transgender community. Talk about the culture wars. This is so... We are in the culture wars, ladies and gentlemen. This is as deep as you can get it right now. That's the thing. Like, Pauline is really good. Or whoever produced this. What is the name? Flatmate Productions or whatever it is. This is how you fuel the culture wars. This is as far as you can get. In Australia, anyway. This would be a lot funnier if it wasn't a documentary. Oh, this is so funny and true. It hurts. What a crazy world we've become. Like, that's the thing. Like, this is not even close, right, to reality. All the stuff about Albo. Welcome women to the new world of women. Spot on, Pauline. God, these honestly keep getting better and better. Pauline, you are just brilliant. Do you reckon she actually writes this stuff? Or she just puts her voice to it? Interesting. All right. Shall we? Shall we keep going? It's not what I thought it was going to be about, but whatever. Oh, I'm on a liberal link. YouTube never does this to me. I'm locked in, Eddie. Why can't everyone just have the same rights and entitlements? All right. All right, let's do this. What are we up to? A new term.
Welcome back. Season 2 wouldn't have happened without the support of the good folk that bought themselves a bottle of premium rum from rumnation.com.au. So why don't you buy yourselves a bottle, pour yourselves a standard drink, and let's get on with the bloody show. Jeez, me. Robbie, can you come and sort this thing out, mate?
Is that like an actual thing? rumnation.com.au. Oh my god, it's legit. Hey, I know what people want for Christmas. Is this legit? Oh my god, it's true, it's real. I know what everybody in this stream wants for Christmas. The Christmas Spirit Collector's Edition. Please explain Rum Nation. Oh my god. Wow. Director's Batch. This is not real, is it? No, it is. Okay, fair enough. Shows what she thinks of her followers if she's doing what equates to children's entertainment to insert her lies into the brains of semi-functioning adults. Damn, Woozle, savage. Well, there's some savagery in the comment section today. Yeah, well, you know, like we've been talking about it seems to be very like South Parky, and some has referred to Beavis Butthead. Even like King of the Hill is another reference there, but it's definitely got the South Park vibes to it. I'd say. Wait. Oi, this bitch is and has been full anti-woke grift gang for so long. Anti-woke grift gang. That's hilarious. All right, back to it. If anyone's wondering, you know, what to get me for Christmas, just saying. Just saying. A new term. Season 2, Episode 1. Anthony Albanese is not taking his role as school captain seriously. And as a result, he is in for some serious trouble. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Albo, hurry up.
Who
What
is
are you
that?
doing? What am I doing about what?
They just teals or something? They're all teals, right, guys?
Albo, hurry up. What are you doing? What am I doing about what? Climate change, foreign aid? And why aren't there more immigrants around here? What, is 300,000 not enough? No, there's no time. Come on.
Not so fast, Albo.
Oh no, the opposition.
You shall not pass. Anything without our support, tell them, Pete.
Yes. Now, Anthony, did you get my letter?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we'll write back to you, ASAP.
Ah, great. Thank you.
Oh, come on, Pete.
The pen is mightier than the sword, Susan. The pen is mightier than the sword.
You see, they're useless. You've got no opposition. You can pass whatever you want. Well, no, I still need to convince Lambie or Pocock to vote with us, and they're a couple of intellectual powerhouses.
Yeah, well, it's a ball game, fuck, full credit.
Who's Pocock? Who's that? I don't know any of these people. No, Jackie Lambie. Who's Pocock? Anyone? David Pocock, Senator of Australia. Rugby player. David Pocock is an Australian politician and former professional rugby union player born in South Africa and then raised in Zimbabwe. Pocock moved to Australia as a teenager and played for the Australian national rugby team. Office, Senator of Australia. David Pocock. Got it. He's an independent. All right. Interesting. Elected to the Senate for the Australian Capital Territory. Interesting. Independent whip. Okay. All right. Back to it. He did a show with Punter one time, I think. Oh. Baby Shaker. After traveling many countries, one notices the benefits of a homogeneous society. Bro has a decent brain and brought none of that crappy mindset with him. He's one I do have respect for. Who? This guy here? Pocock? Baby, don't bring that shit here. LOL. You saw what you wanted to see. Confirmation bias, as they say.
Oh, bitch, you've got a massive...
Come on, Albo. You can pass whatever I want. No one can stop us. This is our school now.
What do you say? This is my school. Oh, yes. Sorry, Lydia. Sorry's not going to cut it, you privileged white scum. Now, give me all your rent money.
Okay. Yep, I'll take it all, Lydia, please.
Lydia, cut it out. And stand up, Elbow. You're supposed to be in charge. Inflation's out of control. There's a rental crisis. There's a 13-year-old kid running around with a machete. What are you doing about it?
Well, I think the most...
The rental crisis, inflation out of control, and there's like a kid running around with a machete. That really puts it all into perspective, doesn't it? This is the culture wars. This is where it is. It's up there. Kids running around with machetes is the problem of the Prime Minister. Don't worry about managing the economy. Don't worry about that. No. You just worry about those kids running around with machetes. That's not a local issue at all. It's not a law enforcement issue at all. This is what the Prime Minister should be dealing with. Is the culture wars.
Important thing to do right now is to establish a constitutionally enshrined advisory panel.
That's it. All of you. Get in class now. We've got a lot to cover this term, and I'm not letting any of you off the hook.
Yay! Come on, team, let's go! My brain still hurts.
All right, so we're going to get an explanation of why you need to vote no. Obviously, this is on the referendum, I'm assuming. Australia's a lucky country. We're a democratic nation where everyone is equal, regardless of whether they are black, white, or of mixed heritage. Hey, I don't know. Not according to Indoctrination's constitutional lawyer. Hey, it's not really as democratic as you think it is. Need a republic. There's some pretty dark statistics when it comes to Melbourne machete crime. Yeah, but why is that Albo's problem? Is there not people in Victoria and specifically in Melbourne who deal with that? All of a sudden, that's a federal issue. That's culture wars right there. If it becomes the Prime Minister's problem to deal with, basically what they've described as kids that are out of control. Is that the Prime Minister's problem? She listed housing crisis and inflation. That sounds more like something that you would deal with as a politician. All right, let's do this. Let's figure out why she was helping people understand why to vote no. Let's figure it out.
Alrighty, Doc, tell it to us straight. How's me referendum looking?
Not good, Anthony. I don't think it's gonna make it.
Oh, no, really?
Every test we do, it just keeps getting worse. Look at these latest poll results. I'm sorry to say I can't see it living beyond this weekend.
Nah, come on, it could still pull through.
While I admire your unfounded confidence, Albo, I don't think it's gonna bring it back.
Well, what if we go out there and talk about it? Me, Noel, Marsha, surely that'll help.
No. Every time you speak about it, you just make it worse.
Oh, well, there must be something we can do.
I'm afraid all you can do now is pray for a miracle. Or you could use this time to examine how exactly this happened. And more importantly, who's to blame.
Okay. Guess I'll go pray for a miracle then. Woohoo! Albo's here, boys! Ah! Get out of here!
Sheesh.
Sorry.
Is that a
Dear
reference
Almighty
to something?
Bob, please.
Were there people having wild parties in the Federal Parliament's prayer room or something? I wonder what that's about. Must be a reference.
Give me guidance. Please, Almighty Bob.
Yeah, g'day, mate. You rang?
The ghost of Bob Hawke.
As summoned? Now what do you want?
It's me referendum, Bob. It's dying.
Well, what do you want me to do about it?
Well, you're a Labor legend. You've got to have some advice for me.
Yeah, don't bloody bother. I tried to get 6 of them up. Couldn't even get one.
You must...
I'm going to stop responding because your words mean nothing and you're wasting your own time. It's interesting, isn't it? When you finally get to the bottom of it, it's just I don't know. I think this is just existing in this space is what she's likes doing. Because he gets attention. Gay orgies. There was literally, is that actually a reference to something? Thick explanation. Go dry hump an Aussie flag. Volta's turn. I'd love to see that. Volta's turn. Oh man. Wrong flag. But, go dry hump away. Gay orgies. All right. If that's true, then you get points for calling it out. Thick explanation. It can't be true. No. Legit. Can't wait for Cheese to start a channel if he gets the cojones. Look, he's a YouTube veteran. Been on YouTube since 2009. So you can go actually and check out the channel if you want. Is there some type of incident that have taken place within the prayer room within federal parliament in relation to gay parties or orgies or something of that nature? Can I link to sources? I don't know. It depends on what the sources are. That to be safe for work. There's no credible allegations. Our research assistant can't find anything. Yeah, look, you can link away, but I don't know if I can watch it here. It depends on what your link is. All this because Dilemmas was saying Australia first kind of comments 4 streams ago. Okay. Dilemmas, you broke him. It does seem like that. Definitely.
You've been proposing some pretty controversial change. Not really. Enshrining a right to trial by jury, freedom of religion, free and fair elections. Bloody layups, mate. Buggered them all. Oh, so my referendum is doomed. Chances are it's buggered, mate. You didn't spend too much coin on it, did you? Oh, nah. Only about 364 million. Oh, well, all right. Let's go over the basics. You got bipartisan support, right? No, I refuse to even try. Well, what are people saying about the draft legislation then? I haven't released any draft legislation. Oh, boy. Well, obviously you've been upfront about what the model will look like. Not exactly. So what are you doing then? I'm trying to unite the country, Bob. I've tried everything. Emotionally manipulative advertising, celebrity endorsements. We even use the same colour purple on our campaign material as the official AEC signs at polling stations. But it's no use. Everyone's gonna vote no. And we're gonna close the door on Indigenous people forever. Let me show you something. Whoa! Beautiful, eh? Sometimes I come up here and sink tins and just marvel at her. Whoa! You reckon the door's closed, huh?
So this guy here for the international audience is a former Australian Prime Minister and held the record, or still holds the record, I'm not sure, for sculling beers. I don't know what size of beer, but it holds the records for being able to scull a beer the fastest. So yeah, holds a record for that. So obviously that's where the beer can comes in, if you're wondering what's going on here. All right, let's do this.
55% of the country's under native title. There's 11 Indigenous members of federal parliament. And we got billions of dollars every year aimed at eradicating any disadvantage in the lives of our Indigenous people. From up here, looks to me like that door's wide open. Always was, always will be. You don't understand, Bob. If people vote no, the country will be divided forever. You want to see true division? Take a look over there. You see? We're so bloody lucky. This is the greatest country on earth. Now why don't we keep it that way? For all Australians.
Yeah, I guess you're right. But what's that noise? Oh, for Bob's sake! Get out of here!
What's the reference? She must be referencing something. Oh my god, they got an ad for their fucking alcohol in here.
Spirit to another. I'm excited to announce that we've brought back the One Nation Christmas Gin. It's a great way to get into the Christmas spirit and also support the cartoon series. And
wow. They are actually peddling alcohol. It's real. It's not a joke. Okay. Buy a bottle and support the series. There. Alright, playing the victim.
Oh, I wonder who's teaching us drama this year.
Shut up! That's right, it's us.
Who here loves drama?
We love drama. It's the reason we're here on this earth, to create drama.
Is that the guy that works for the Sydney Morning Herald? Peter Fitzgibbons or whatever his name is? Is that the guy with the red bandana? What's this one even about? Playing the victim. In this modern era of woe is me wokeness, there is one role all lefties are desperate to play: the victim. It's really rich, isn't it? Like, honestly. Like, look, there's a lot of victim stuff on all sides of the culture wars. Like, she's just done that in the Senate. She's made herself out to be the victim of a campaign against freedom of speech and her rights as a senator at the federal level. And she's been shut down, and she's been, turned into a victim of woke politics. Like, I get it, okay? People are upset with wokies canceling people, but, like, to honestly say that it's one side of politics that plays the victim card, it's fucking rich. It's so rich. It's like non-stop with this brand of politics, this One Nation stuff, which is like, we are the victims. We are, our culture is being destroyed in our own country. Our country is under invasion. Great replacement theory type of stuff. There's not going to be any of us left soon. Like, that is like the most hardcore victim complex stuff you can get, that you won't even exist. It's not like your rights are being encroached on. It's like, soon we won't even exist anymore. That's like that's apex, like almost apex. Like, how do you get any more hardcore in terms of victim complex than thinking that you won't exist soon? You can't get any more crazy than that. Capitalism, baby. LOL. No one can contribute to the solidarity experiment that doesn't fit in. What does that mean? Jeebus fucking Christ. They're grifting while cartooning intolerance and classing blame. They have an entire cartoon series claiming to be the victims of wokeness, then call woke victims. Pick a lane. Yeah, it's really fucking complex, isn't it? The whole thing is just like, we have been destroyed and we're under attack by woke culture. Like, it's ruining society, and then it's just like, but like, they're the ones who are the victims. It's always the other. It's not us. White and black and yellow victims all over Australia too. There are no lanes. It's just a giant laneless freeway now. We've reached Mad Max politics. That's hilarious. Giant laneless freeway.
Now, who here can tell me what the most valuable thing in the world is?
Money?
No.
Gucci?
Not quite.
Real estate?
No.
Well, I don't know.
Is that Barilaro? Is that who that is?
Check out this beautiful little 8-better that just came across my desk.
This sort of humor has just gotten wildly popular. Trump-style low IQ insults of resorting to stereotypes of in-groups is running rampant all over social media. Like, have you seen Trump's, like, social media posts and stuff, and some of the videos he puts out? Like, before, I think it was before Zoran Mamdani won, he put out a post of him dropping shit. No, it was during the No Kings protest. He put out a video of himself, like, in a fighter jet dropping shit on the No Kings protesters and stuff like that. Yeah, it is pretty low IQ kind of stuff, though. Like, some of this stuff is funny. Don't get me wrong. Like, some of it. Like, they are just paying out politicians. Like, some of these politicians are mega, mega douchebags. So, like, they hit the nail on the head with some of them pretty well. But outside of that, and the victim stuff, like, oh, we are the victim. Like, we are the victim of all this craziness of the Arbo government and woke establishment and all that sort of stuff. And then turning around and then blaming other people for their victim complexes. It is pretty rich. Far out. If I want to watch The Big Les Show, I'll just watch The Big Les Show. My cat can write a better tweet with his butt crayon, with its butt crayon. All right. Let's do this.
Ooh, let's talk later. But no, this is something more valuable than any of those.
I think I know what my good friend Lisa Wilkinson is trying to say. The most valuable thing in this world is a voice, which is why...
No. Victimhood. Victimhood is the most valuable thing in the world. It is your currency, and I am here to show you how to capitalize on it.
Stories about heroes? Yuck. This year's school play is all about the victim.
That's right, and we're looking for someone to play the victim. There's a sad, little, useless, pathetic victim in all of you, and I want to find it.
I grew up in a commission flat, public housing, a victim of the capitalist society trying to hold me down.
I think he's perfect.
Next!
Ever since I...
Victim of the capitalist society trying to put me down. So good. We can all get along with that.
I was a young boy. I have been pushed around. Pushed into a $200,000 a year job at just 23 years old.
Next!
I thank the theatre for its time.
I am a victim of an idle government who refuses to act on climate change. The world will end in a few minutes.
Not quite. Maybe we get him to play a tree.
Oh, yes!
It's no use. None of them can play the victim.
Hold on.
He went on a rampage recently as well. Spent so much time shit posting. And lo and behold, right-wingers are making videos on how based and funny Trump is. But it gets mad. But gets mad at jokes about their group. That's an interesting point as well, isn't it? He doesn't take kindly to stuff. And he'll like go after reporters and people that, you know, belittle him or undermine him. But like he's constantly doing the same thing. Shit posting, literally shit posting. Just think, if the intellectuals in the education institutions had spent more time actually educating children instead of indoctrinating them, then we wouldn't have such low IQ voters. LOL. Yeah, interesting. I don't know, man. Can we blame the educators themselves? Or can we not go back to blaming capitalism? That's where it all comes down to. Oh, yeah, these guys want the white hero's journey all day, every day. LOL.
Darling, look.
Oh, sorry, miss.
Why would any of you want to play the victim? There are enough true victims in this country. You want to act? How about you act like you care about them, instead of fabricating your own victimhood?
But like she's just done that again in Parliament. Like this is it. Like you can't really trust it at all, can you? She's just done the victim thing. She set it up so she could be thrown out of Parliament and denied access to talk about a bill, and then played the victim on that. I'm attacked. I'm under attack. Hey, by the wokies. I'm under attack. She's like queen of it. It's crazy. Yeah, blame educators. How dare they try to teach critical thinking, only to have it wiped out at home with racism and selfism. Sorry.
If you want to play the victim, there are enough true victims in this country. You want to act? How about you act like you care?
I make my kids watch this. Interesting. This is the education. This is all the education they need. So you understand what politics is all about. Culture wars, baby.
About them, instead of fabricating your own victimhood.
Yes, yes, yes. Oh, you're perfect. I think we found our victim.
Congratulations, sign here. I've already got a book deal lined up for you.
No, I refuse to play the victim. Now get out of my school.
Well, I am bruised.
So bruised.
Come on, Pete. Let's get out of here. I guess I'll just have to play the victim again.
Is that what people say? Like maybe we should start using that vocabulary here. I am bruised. I am so bruised. So good. No food until episode is done. Oh, it's so good. Anyone trusting One Nation has exposed their stupidity, but oh well. I'm being facetious, but I do know a lot about Aboriginal issues, but very little of the tax code, just saying. And I graduated year 12, LOL. Education system is outdated, but it does need more reform that would require more investment in those areas. Throwing money isn't the issue. It's how that capital is used to maximize outcomes. Yeah, it's interesting. And like we do have a very particular form of education system in the industrialized world. That's for sure. It's not really about intellectual endeavor or creative endeavor. It is about ensuring you produce productive personnel, workers, basically. People that are going to contribute to the economy. That's the most important thing. I'm also just being a dick. LOL. We can all get down with that.
No one ever thinks of the...
Out of here. I guess I'll just have to play the victim again.
No one ever thinks of the trees.
The music is still the best part of this. It's so good. They're pushing that alcohol hard. It's again in the credits again. I wonder if they have an ad here too. Nah, they just have it in the credits. All right, we're back at the lodge. What's this one? The future. The future. Have you ever made a mistake? Have you ever wished you had the chance to set things right? What would you be willing to do to set things right? Would you be willing to admit you were wrong? These are the questions that Anthony Albanese will be forced to grapple with as he faces the consequences of his actions in this week's episode of Please Explain. That's crazy. It's coming. Higher education is better since it's more focused on particular fields, but access to that education is a problem. Cost of living heavily affects performance on education as well. Yeah. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it's like, we live in a free society kind of thing because we're told all the time how free we are. But like, what is the actual measure of freedom in a market society? Like, can you afford this? Can you afford that? Can you afford to travel? Can you afford to get educated? Can you afford to acquire this skill in order to participate in some type of system? Are you able to afford access to a community where you can develop yourself as an individual? Like, there's all these freedoms, but they're behind basically behind a paywall. And so we could have more educated persons out there generally and more skilled people if we were to take education completely out of the market. But it is a big marketable thing, right? It's one of the pillars of our economy, apparently, especially higher education. The problem we have, the country folk hating the city folk and vice versa, with Sky News furthering the divide. They hate the Greens because they feel they don't represent the country folk. But One Nation is a bunch of cookers. Well, according to Rennick, and we'd have to fact check this, I'm not sure, but if there are regional people here, he said that Sky News gives One Nation and Pauline Hanson's chief of staff, which is her daughter apparently, carte blanche to just go on Sky News on a daily basis and talk about One Nation's plight and One Nation's issues. So if you get that much media coverage and you can disseminate your ideas to a section of the population, like geographical disparity, so region versus city kind of thing, urban versus non-urban, then that's how you stoke the culture wars hardcore. I've spent too many years watching corruption parade as legitimacy. I have a deep-seated hate for lies and cheats, and though both sides exist within that sphere, only one flourishes. Interesting. It's all a sick club. The amount of people I met that struggled while studying was high, being burnt out because they had to focus on living as well as heavy educational workload, made a few drop out before finishing. Yeah. Sick of people needing obscene wealth just to have human rights. It's a pay-to-play society. That's how it's structured. There's only one way to change that. And it's not through the culture wars, that's for sure. I agree. I'm all for honesty and I hate lies. But which lies are worse? I know one of her ex-husbands, and let's just say she's trash, always has been trash. Anyone trusting that woman is insane. No way. You know one of her ex-husbands. And what do they say about her? If you've ever had a conversation with them. And let's just say she's trash, has always been trash. But I guess it's not unusual for an ex-husband to talk badly about an ex-partner. But you're talking about in terms of character, she's not She's not an upstanding person in her personal life, I'm assuming. The ones who do actual harm, registerable harm. When LNP are in government, farmer suicides go up. Wow, where did you get that fact from? It's crazy. Do you know what the cause is? Direct causation? The policy stuff? All right, to the future. Here's to the future. Let's do this. Yeah, LNP are terrible. I agree. He wants nobody to know who he is, and we keep it that way for him. Interesting.
Albo, it's time to get up.
Oh, just a minute.
What's going on in there?
Oh, I'll be out in a jiffy.
Question time's in 10 minutes. What's that smell? Nothing? Oh, Albo. Have you the bed?
No.
Albo, question time's in 10 minutes. Oh, what's that smell?
He the bed.
Oh.
It's nothing, Penny.
Who's that? Is that the
Please,
treasurer?
just close the door.
Is that
I
who
need
that's
to get
supposed to be?
dressed. Oh boy, Albo, you've really gotten yourself into a pickle here. There's no time to explain. Come with me. Who are you? I'm you from the future. I've come back to warn you. Warn me about what? You need to see for yourself. Wow. So this is the future. What happened? Nuclear fallout? Climate change? Worse. Us. Is that a playground made out of solar panels? Yep. Useless things. We stupidly thought we could power the whole country with them. Had to find some other way to use them. And the wind turbines. So who's in charge around here? The Voice. What? The Voice is just an advisory body. Nope. Turned out to be the most powerful thing in the world. Oops. The world? Well, you see, we kept relinquishing power to those...
Oh, okay. It's a hypothetical situation if the Voice was actually to go up. Right. Okay. Interesting. So this is the future. He's come from the future to warn Albo that if the Voice goes through, the world is going to end. Jim Chalmers, that's the one. Thank you.
international bodies. So there's only one world government now. Is that Klaus Schwab? Yep.
You owns nothing. You'll be happy. That is an order.
And there's Dan Andrews teaching the new global language. Ni hao. Out of my way, out of my way. Fierce Rat and Band coming through. One banana, please.
One banana? That'll be 4.2 million bucks.
4 million bucks for a banana? That's crazy. Nope, that's inflation. We never got it under control. 20, 40, 60, 80.
I don't get paid enough for this shit. I'm only on 14 million bucks an hour.
Oh, come on, Future Albo. None of this is my fault. Yes, it is. In our first year as Prime Minister, we the bed. No, we didn't. Albo, I was there. No. I'm pretty sure it was Morrison. All you have to do is admit it. Get in there with some Omo and some Nappy Sam Plus and clean up your mess. The future depends on it. Oh, all right, fine. I'll go back.
Some Omo and Nappy Sand Plus. So good. I think we watched a Nappy Sand video or commercial from the 90s here a while ago. Somebody put it up. I can't remember who it was. It was golden.
Take me to 2023. Huh? It's not working. Oh, yeah, we're on electricity rations now because you shut down the coal industry. Oh, great. So I'm stuck here in the future that I ruined. What year?
Electricity rations? Like, this is good. This is how you spread some propaganda that scares the shit out of people. The future's going to look like this. Electricity rations? Oh my God. And look what's happened. Like, they were shitting on the Liberals earlier. And like, what this is 2 years ago, this is coming out about like supporting net zero and all that sort of stuff. Look at it now. Eh? The Liberals have backflipped on that one. Interesting. I've been watching Leith Van Onselen. I recently saw him on Sky News, and if they host him, that can't be good. And he seems to shit on green energy and phasing out coal. Would like you to dissect his videos. I didn't even know who this is. Leith Van Onselen. Are you tag? No, how do I say that? Taygard 69. Taygard, are you on Discord? Like, can you? Leith is ideologically wedded to libtard shit being an econ guy. I'm gonna look at this person. Taygard. Are you on Discord with us? Who is this guy? Is this the guy? No, there he is. Just look his name up. Yeah, I will. He has plenty of vids. I'm not going to do it now. But like, if you're interested or if you want us to have a look at it, please drop some propaganda in Discord so I can have a look at it. And then we'll look at it in a video or something. He literally started macro business, didn't he? Yes. What's the name again? Leaf Van on Selen. Yeah, if you have any choice videos, that you're like, oh my god, this is like prime Leaf. I hope I'm saying that name right. And like we have to look at this one, then let me know. Hit me up.
Where is it anyway? 2025. Oh,
2025, yes.
Play the theme tune.
This one didn't age well. It's 2025. Does the world look like that? Has the voice taken over? The media's voice? How much fucking voice stuff are they going to do? They really went after the voice hard, didn't they? Far out. I'm going to skip the next one. It's a voice one. We're already up to 11. There's fucking 40 of these. And it's already like what? 2.5 hours into this stream. I'm going to skip another voice one. I can't do another voice one. We're going to go to Job Seeker. This will be interesting. So, for those who aren't across this, if you're watching this after and you're wondering what's going on here. So, during COVID, we had programs called Job Seeker and Job Keeper. I'm pretty sure it was. So, Job Seeker was funding for people that had lost, I'm going to say, that had lost their employment as a result of COVID. And so they were seeking work, and so they could get some type of payment from the government while COVID was happening. And then Job Keeper was payments that were made to businesses, I want to say, that needed support keeping people on payroll during the COVID crisis. So this one's about Job Seeker, apparently. It's Gomo's last day this week, but don't worry, he isn't planning on giving up on the taxpayer gravy train just yet. He's off to Centrelink. All right, let's have a look. They're still getting legs out of Voltaire. Job Seeker is what our dole is called. But this was specifically, I'm sure, like we call it the dole as well, like welfare payments and stuff like that. But Job Seeker was a specific program for COVID. It was only meant to happen while, like, lockdowns were happening and, all the uncertainty, instability, etc., etc. And, like, it was supposedly, rorted by Job Seeker, maybe Job Keeper, pretty hard, like, rorted by big companies kind of thing. They were making claims about assisting staff and keeping staff on payroll, and, like, it was questionable whether those staff even were there or whether they were actually, paying them appropriately, all that. It was before COVID. Then it bumped it up, if I'm correct. Oh, okay. I thought it was just a COVID measure. Let's have a look. Job Seeker and Job Keeper. When were these Centrelink initiatives first created, and for what purpose? Very brief response. Really? I thought you could get Job Seeker before that. Okay. Job Seeker renamed in March. It used to be the New Start Allowance. Okay. Purpose: ongoing Centrelink payments to support unemployed people while they look for work. Okay. So it just happened to be around the same time as COVID. Okay. Job Keeper was the one introduced in 2020 as a temporary COVID-19 emergency measure. Purpose was wage subsidy scheme to help businesses keep employees on the payroll during the pandemic shutdowns. So they just changed the name from New Start. Okay. JobKeeper was a COVID. JobSeeker was formerly New Start. Now, you fucking know everything, even before we get the fact checker out. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I was thinking of New Start. No, so New Start, they're exactly the same thing. I thought it was officially something that was for the pandemic. Wow. Interesting. All right, let's do this.
What? I thought a woman was an adult female.
No, that's transphobic, Albo.
Well, aloha. Thought a woman. What? I thought a woman was an adult female.
No, that's transphobic, Albo.
Well, aloha, douchebags. Just letting you know that today is actually
That is the best introduction in this whole thing. Every time fucking ScoMo comes in, so good. Every time ScoMo comes in, his line is "Aloha, douchebags." Oh, it's so good. I was an essential worker? By very loose definition. I didn't know about JobKeeper. I lived it. There you go. All right, let's do this.
my last day. I'm out of here. What? ScoMo, I didn't even know you still went here. Yeah, we haven't seen you around at all this year. Hey, what are you talking about? I've been here the whole time. Just being classic ScoMo. I was there for the woke mind virus, I was in the NDIS episode, I was even under the bus. But now it's time for me to take it easy for the rest of my life on the government's dime. I'm off to enjoy the Prime Minister pension. No you're not. Huh? You know that only Prime Ministers that entered Parliament before 2004 get that 300k a year pension, right? What do I get? Oh, you'll still get an office and free domestic flights.
So no cash? Oh, this is bull. You must be shattered, Albo.
Oh, no, I still get it. You know, I've been here since 96.
Ah, you little punk, you beat me again. How else am I going to mooch off the government now?
All right, Scott, let's take a look at your job plan.
I don't plan on getting a job. I'm just here for the handout.
You've got to at least look for a job. What would you like to do?
Prime Minister of Australia?
Not seeing any openings, no.
Coach of the Cronulla Sharks?
Nope.
Any diplomatic appointments, cushy board positions, stuff like that?
No, nothing. I've got a lot of job vacancies in other areas, though.
Like what?
Well, there's an opening here at the Engadine Macca's. Why don't you drop your resume off there?
Already dropped off more than me resume.
Okay, well, what are you good at? What are you...
That's good. I'm enjoying this one so far. The Engadine Macca's references on everything. All right. ScoMo goes to Centrelink. So good. Hey guys, now we can be full racist and lovers of capital. Now cheese is gone. Joke. Don't say it like you're joking. That's what this stream is all about. Being racist and loving capital. That delicious capital.
Skills.
Well, I'm exceptional at dodging responsibility, navigating bureaucracy, and I'm a very competent liar.
You know what? I have the perfect job for you. Gold bludger.
Oh yeah? What's in it for me?
Taxpayer funds. Transferred straight into your bank account every fortnight.
So you're telling me I can...
This element of the culture wars has been around for as long as there has been kind of social security. For as long as there has been some form of wealth redistribution through a taxation system where some hardworking person is told by someone, like in the media, or a politician or a friend that works in the bureaucracy, wherever there is people that pay taxes, there is this trope about the dole bludger, somebody that gets your hard-earned tax dollars for free. Like, you don't even have to really have social security even to have this type of culture war trope. This is as old as, income tax itself. So, like I've explained, one of the reasons why Americans hate socialism and communism so much is because after the Civil War, in the Reconstruction era, people were being convinced by certain media outlets that their taxpayer money from, hardworking white families was being used to help fund programs in the Deep South to allow the newly freed slaves, so black people, allowing them to get access to their civil liberties under the Constitution, under this new society. And so these media organizations convinced everyone that, like, if your taxpayer money is going to help these people, then really what's happening is the tax system distributes your wealth, your hard work and your toil, all that sort of stuff, converts that into money for freed slaves. And so, hardworking white people are giving their money away to lazy black slaves who can't make a way in the world by themselves. And like they need the support of government to make a way in the world. They're just lazy. They don't contribute anything, etc., etc., etc. And so like this is, at least as old as the 19th century. This story is at least 200 years old. In kind of Marx's time, like around that time and before, they had poorhouses. And so like if there was poor people around, they used to, shove them into buildings. So like if they were going to, clog up the streets and like ask for, food from a soup kitchen or to be housed so they don't freeze and die outside, you might as well put them to work. So this is a culture war issue that has just developed as long as we've really had industrial society and, working populations that move in and out of work because of the instability of of capitalism. And so like in order to kind of stop people feeling any form of solidarity with those who fall out of the system because the system doesn't provide sufficient work for everybody to be able to subsist, then like instead of like having all those people feeling sorry for one another and maybe banding together, you just, turn them against one another. So, and they're like, hey, yeah, he's taking my stuff, like kind of thing, that dole bludger, that welfare recipient. They're taking my shit, eh? Taking my stuff. You're just a dirty trot gnat, mystery. Yeah, I've been called some things, man. I've been called some things. How funny how ScoMo did the sub deal and went on to work for US Arms. That's how it works, man. If I was more optimistic about humanity, I would probably be a communist, but I'm not, LOL. You realize whenever someone resorts to personal attacks, they've lost the argument. LOL, I'm with you, Volt, on this one because of cheese today. My love language is personal insults. It's afternoon, bro. I'll put them in the Discord. I love to see them. If you can convince the lowest white man he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pocket. He'll give him somebody to look down on and he'll empty his pockets for you. What's that from? Is that a quote of something? Where'd you get that from? She has been a dole bludger for fucking decades. Her votes for cash scam. Bro, dilemmas will frame that shit. Whatever dirt you think you have on me. She's contributed no policy or program. Do it on Discord so we can all join in. Nice bluff. No, you educate me. Sorry, if you can convince the lowest white man he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pocket. He'll give him somebody to look down on. Give him somebody to look down on and he'll empty his pockets for you. Interesting. Wasn't that L.B. Johnson? Lyndon B. Johnson. That's a quote. What is a trot gnat? Whatever he's claiming. A trot is someone who's a Trotskyist. Yeah, hell. Sorry, hell. Yeah, not heel. Hell. Give him somebody to look down on and he'll empty his pockets for you. Yeah, it's crazy. And I assume a gnat is a nationalist. So if that's the inferences here. So Trotskyist and a nationalist. Like in the Marxist world, being called a trot is, it's a bad thing. If you aren't a trot, I guess, or someone who's associates with Trotsky and his understanding of how the world works. So like, it is just left as infighting rubbish. So for someone like Cheese Swiss, that's like a really, that's a grave insult, calling someone a Trotskyist. So wasn't being a trot to be an internationalist? Yeah, because what had happened is, for the most part, Trotsky's real push was towards permanent revolution. So continuing the revolution beyond the means of the Soviet Union and the Soviet republics. And so when Stalin kind of put a halt to that, for various reasons, it was kind of between the Trotskyists and the Stalinists for a long time, in terms of whether you have kind of, the revolution, you keep it in one place, like the Soviet Union, or you expand it out. And so like Trotskyists have kind of fought against Stalinists, Stalinists against Trotskyists on these ideological differences for forever, I guess you would say. Okay, I'm new to hardcore lefties, haha. Yeah, so what's the difference? Welcome to the party, Tay. Yeah, welcome. So like, they're like, when you say hardcore lefties, like that's pretty much it. Like this element of socialism, communist kind of leftist community has these 100-year-old grievances with one another, and so people split themselves along certain lines, and they associate with Trotsky, or they associate with Mao or Stalin or something like that. They all stem from this idea of Marxist Leninism, though. So they're all MLs, but they don't agree on strategy, and so it's not like, oh look, we can all work together and disagree. They really do fucking hate each other, and like they would literally fight against each other and focus on that as opposed to doing anything. Now, my kind of opinion on that, and more than happy to be corrected on this one, but my opinion on that is actually easier to have this kind of petty difference in fighting stuff, because you can fight over that, and you don't actually have to do anything substantial. You just fight and say you're wrong, no, you're wrong, kind of thing, over technical issues, as opposed to actually doing anything groundbreaking or revolutionary. You just fight with your ideological opponent and be like, well, technically Stalin was wrong about this, and that's where they spend all their energy, and it's all performative stuff, as opposed to doing anything substantial for working people. Read Marx, not that I have, but that's a good start, LOL. What are some good readings or books? Are you asking my opinion, or you want to know about this division between Trotsky and Trotskyists and everybody else? So Trot wanted to force a communist style in other countries, or just theorizing that a communist system can only exist in an international system? No, the kind of the Marxian, the Marxist and Leninist idea was always you have to have world revolution. You can't have socialism in one area. Socialism has to become the predominant mode of production in order for it to exist properly. And so at a certain point in history, though, what happened was the Russian or the Soviet Union, it was bound by the fact that it was kind of up against the world for the most part, the West, the entirety of the West, especially after World War II. And so Stalin wasn't going to be like, oh, I'm just going to keep agitating for revolution everywhere. We've got to sort our own shit out so we can figure out how to fight against the West. Now, some people think that was a grave mistake. And so Trotsky, as someone who is always obviously opposed to Stalin because of the falling out that they had, and Trotsky had to leave and Stalin took the reins after Lenin died. Like Trotsky was like, no, like the Soviet Union shouldn't do this. And like every time Stalin would do something, Trotsky would take the opposite position to that. So like communists from a certain point in history really picked a side. And so like for a long time, I think the Soviet Union was representative of the global communist movement. And so like everybody was like, oh, they do whatever the Soviet Union does, and Stalin was the leader of that. So everyone really did kind of believe that Stalin had the answers, or the Soviet Union under Stalin's leadership was the way that we do communism. Because if you really wanted to start a communist party in your own country, you could reach out to the Soviet Union for assistance, and they could help you agitate. Like that obviously didn't always happen, didn't always turn out. And then after Stalin died, there was kind of an admission from the Soviets themselves that's like Stalin didn't get it all right, and had done some things that were untoward, had done some atrocious things, and like people were really disaffected by that because they had really believed in supporting communism and supporting the Soviet Union, and then they found out like some horrible things that happened under Stalin. And so like there were a lot of Trotskyists out there who would be like, "Ha, we told you all along." So there's always been this big kind of argument. It's all historical. Well, we should have done this, we should have done that, we should have gone down this path, we should have followed this theory, we should have done that. And there's this massive division between Trotskyists and Stalinists and or Trotskyists and everyone else kind of thing. Because Trotskyists, for like after the Stalin days, I guess you would say a lot of the world's communist parties and movements are all around in countries all around the world, kind of were disaffected and they didn't know what to do with themselves, and the Trotskyists kind of took over for a large part. Like the Australian socialists that you see, like any party that you would come in contact with out on the streets if you go to a protest or a strike or something like that, 100% they would all be Trotskyists. I don't think there would be any Stalinists like among them, or like anyone that doesn't associate with being Trotskyists. Like Socialist Alternative that you see out there, like you see in the protests in Melbourne and all that sort of stuff, they're all Trotsky style organizations, and they have basically the front now for a lot of socialist organizations around the world. Not all, but like, they've had kind of the pick of the litter for a while now. And that's why there's a lot of people that are really anti-Trotskyists, because for a long time they've kind of dominated in like big groups and like existing organizations. They've just dominated. And so like a lot of like Lenin's revolutionary theory is about like agitating and taking over spaces. So the Bolsheviks were really good at this. And this is when everyone was behind Lenin. So like, Stalin and Trotsky, they were, he was the leader kind of the party. And so everyone was together at that point. But like his theory was like the Bolsheviks would go in somewhere and then they take over parties. And so like people have still got that mindset. So if you're a Trotskyist, you go in and you take over. If you're a Stalinist, I guess you go in and you take over, like et cetera, et cetera. And so like they're really staunch and they fight against each other a lot. The whole fight is just the first clear example of Fed posting or doing the enemy Fed's works for them. That's an interesting point, isn't it? Sounds like Trot was more in line with Marx, with international socialism, yeah? Yeah, like theoretically, absolutely, because like everyone understood the idea that, or Marx anyway, not everyone, but Marx understood the idea that like in order for you to leave capitalism, you need to have a mode of production that is beyond capital, like capitalism, and it has to be the predominant form. If it doesn't ever become predominant, like it'll just die. And so like socialism in the Soviet style, let's say, it never became the predominant form of the mode of production, and so it died. And so like that's where Trotskyists are like, see, we told you not to follow Stalin and just like, become insular. You should have spread out, like permanent revolution. You continually revolutionize and reimagine things, like you redo it and you agitate across the countries, across the world. But like that's by association, as opposed to like, Marx was talking about economic modes as opposed to revolutionary theory exactly. Trotsky is more about revolutionary theory. I thought the workers of the world were meant to unite. So it's like this whole week has been about a lesson in solidarity. And yes, workers are supposed to unite. And there are lots of differences, but like, ideological differences on fucking everything. Like, how do you do this? What's the next step to take? How do you organize? What theory should you follow? There's differences all over that, but like, workers of the world unite. And nobody remembers that line. That's one of Marx's most important catchphrases, right? It's in the Communist Manifesto. Workers of the world unite. Not infight, but unite. And like the project is, how do you get some of that unity back? It's a hard one. But the whole vanguard there, I don't know about it either. What if your vanguard is full of fuckwits? Well, good luck, you know. You have to make sure you pick a vanguard, according to Lenin anyway, you pick a vanguard that is full of the most hardened communists, like people that understand the class struggle, who understand class consciousness and have spent time organizing and agitating, so they kind of understand how the game works. And so like, workers of the world ignite. Yeah, that's actually a better catchphrase. We can go with that one if you want. Yeah, if your vanguard is full of fuckwits, then you're gonna have to do some weeding out, let's say. And there's been a bit of weeding out going on this week, by the look of it. What I meant before, you were fighting over labels with socialism, bad. Sorry, what I meant before, we are fighting over labels with socialism bad and communism bad. How do we talk about this without the burden of these labels? That's what we're trying to do here. I try my best not to use outdated labels, not because the labels aren't good, but because they've been poisoned over the course of the 20th century. And so like, they're useless to the working class, because most people hear those words and they're just like, ugh, and they don't understand what they mean. So there's no point fighting an uphill battle just for the sake of purity. Like, move on, use other language. Indoctrinate them. I'm in the modern context of how connected the world is. It's hard to argue against the Trotsky approach. We can't move nationally with this international imperialist capitalist system. Yeah. But I think, like, you know, Trotsky, obviously, like, he was the head of the fucking Red Army. Like, he understood that you fight the battle at the national level, you win, but then you keep going. So it's not just like straight to international kind of warfare, and like take over the entire system. He understood like it's progressive, but like in the sense of, permanent revolution, and in the sense of keeping the socialist revolution worldwide, you must continue to agitate across the world. Internet Marxists are obsessed with this stuff. Actual activists are just trying to help their communities, I think. I think it's a pretty good fucking point right there. Very interesting. I need to learn more about this period. Oh, it's a fucking minefield. And like, Just Here to Watch a Trash Fire is right. Like, internet Marxists, they are really obsessive people. Like, you've seen a bit of it today. Keep tuning in. It's like merging in traffic. You will know when it's your time to jump in and test your ideas and values. Have you done the argument for socializing capitalism versus full-on socialism type system? No, I'm not sure what you mean by socializing capitalism though. But we talk about things here that are like kind of similar-ish to this idea of socializing capitalism, which is this idea of like humanizing capitalism. And we've been speaking a bit about modern monetary theory and like socializing the financial system and like monetary policy to make it actually work for people. And so like, that's a form of like reforming capitalism, and focusing it on social need as opposed to just the profit motive. If that's what you mean, but I guess it depends. We focus on the differences instead of the common threads. Anyone who makes a living inflating the differences should be viewed by the proles as the enemy, but never is. It's a fair point. But like, there's a lot of people that just, they live off the differences. Like, the culture wars aren't just between left and right. The culture wars exist, like what we're explaining right now, within the left and within the right. Like, look at the MAGA movement at the moment, splitting over certain issues. Is it really America first, or is it Israel first, or is it really this, or is it really that? Like, look at like what we're talking about in like communist circles. Like, these are communists. Their job is to revolutionize capitalism, and they spend their time fighting against each other and calling each other names. That's where they spend their energy. And like, it gives them life. Like, sometimes having an enemy is the thing that gives your life meaning. And like, people really, really fucking enjoy that shit. They don't want to actually look for solidarity. They don't want to look for, like, those are things that they say they believe in, but like immediately they need an enemy to fight. Just like the people they say they complain about. And like it gives them life. It gives them energy. It energizes them. Voltage, I missed one. For better or for worse, it seems like this week has caused the majority of us to better understand the importance of solidarity. Yeah, for better or for worse, that's the real part, isn't it? Right? We're gonna find out. We're gonna fucking find out. Yeah, I've only read Das Kapital, but don't remember Trot. So I was like, what the fuck is that? Mostly read on science over historical literature. Labels don't mean anything. I call myself a social libertarian. Yeah, you do now. Hey? Labels don't mean anything. I love Chris Hedges and Sacrifice Zones. I guess I love the dystopian aspect of capital. Interesting. I appreciate Chris Hedges, and like he's done a lot of good work around the world in terms of like his political analysis of the situation. But yeah. What's that one, Jag? What's this? Were hat? Has this something that you've seen? I think you've put this quote in before. Let's have a look here. The usage of the slogan by right wing during the Weimar Republic seems to be accurate. What does it mean? What does it mean? Translates to who betrayed us? The Social Democrats. Ah, okay. Interesting. Yeah, so it's a German thing for sure. Who betrayed us? The Social Democrats. And there was a song that you had put, I think, about that. Mystery Movement, having said that, in the latter half of the year, you have proved to me that people on the right side of the spectrum suffer from infighting too. That was interesting. Well, it's just been fucking on display, hasn't it? It's been really interesting seeing the leftists the right wing infighting, because all I've ever seen in my life is like leftists infighting, and it's always appalled me. And like the right wing, the infighting is incredible there too. Like look at Rennick v. Pauline Hanson. Like he's just like calling her out. Like this is just a stunt. You suck. And it pretty much was. I feel like the internet is full of people who have gone to uni and done a degree in something like philosophy and arts, like their parents, and were promised it'll get them a job, but didn't. And now they sit in circles, jerk circles, perhaps. They sit in circles with other people of the same ilk, like Frenchmen in cafes before big things happen. Fucking savage. Indoctrination's on fire today. Personally, I identify as retarded. Oh my god. Same. I'm with you, Trash Fire. Only in my house we call it special. That's funny. Special. Dr. Nathan, those intellectual types and their jerk circles. I'm currently reading Hedges' book, America the Farewell Tour. I haven't read that one. I've read a few of his other books, but not that one. His stuff is so, what's the word? It's really depressing. Like the way he paints stuff, and you're just like, oh man, is there any light at the end of the tunnel? It's better in German because it rhymes. Yeah. Have you watched any Adam Curtis? I like his stuff. Oh my god, did you just assume my gender? Better far right than far wrong, eh? Aaron Guzman, sneaky. Oh shit, I'm so sorry. I'll see myself out. Eh? Aaron, you are fucked. Hey, LOL. Haha, he isn't wrong. Hello, bro. Don't call me out like that. I think you read that as an insult. I mean, as a warning. Read what as an insult? I actually said you were on fire today. Like, that was a good Good call. There's a lot of fucking people that sit on the internet and make up for the fact that life hasn't turned out the way they thought it was. No, I'm saying you're on fire. It's not like, yeah, warning taken. It's not an insult. I didn't take it like that anyway. You are missing the revolutionary potential in them, but like they don't want to be revolutionary. They want to hate. And like I'm open if they ever want to have a real conversation. But like we've witnessed today indoctrination when people don't want to have a conversation. Like we've witnessed that firsthand. And we've also witnessed people who come in and actually do want to have a conversation. You're like, you want to talk? No way. You can see that coming. I'm far middle now. Hey, he's the far middle. Hey, it's better than the radical centrists. I'll take that. Maybe that's the thing, isn't it? Hey, fuck you. It's the far middle. Interesting. I'd like to see your take on Adam Curtis's documentaries. Fuck, your list is growing. Are you like, tell me honestly, are you on Discord? I'll give you the invite again, because if you got propaganda that you want us to have a look at, you're gonna have to put it somewhere so I can bank it. Adam Curtis. Adam Curtis. Docos. Saying someone is on fire doesn't mean burn the witch, does it? No, I mean like he's on fire was like a good comment. That's all. But fair enough. Shoshana. Shoshana, baby, please. Do I have to read that? Oh man, I did it anyway. I don't know, that's a thing. Oh my god, an internet fight between far middle and the radical centrists would be so funny. When people stop talking, that happens. That means we were a step closer to fighting. I'm not saying that's death on cheese, but it's still a sign of where we're at. Sorry, I'm not sure. When people stop talking, that happens. That means we are a step closer to fighting. I'm not saying that's on you. That's definitely on cheese, but it's still a sign of where we're at. I'm not sure. We need a Shoshana icon for the tube. Yeah, I think we do actually. That's another thing. Like if you go onto to Twitch, we actually have special. Maybe we should put a Shoshana and like with her sick hair as well. I wonder if I could fit all that hair into a GIF or something. I'll join and send you stuff. All right, let me know if you need the invite. But like, look, see the thing with cheese, right? Cheese has come in and just been like completely antagonistic all day, just trying to fight people nonstop. I could just ban him, indoctrinate them, but I'm not. Like I'm letting him speak out to people and like vent. He obviously needs to vent, and so like maybe he'll calm down and then start talking to someone and like in the chat, and then maybe he'll start to want to speak and not just like attack everyone personally. Like he called fucking Voltaire a racist. Like where'd that come from? And he told him to grind an Australian flag. Like if he spent the time to ask Voltaire where he was from, like that's an easy thing to dissect. But like I can't force people to talk. It has to come from within. I honestly wanted to hear him out. You were trying, right? Like you were trying, I think, at some point, and then it just was like, what's the fucking point? What's the point? Right. And he called me a troll. He called you a troll. It's rich. Yeah, Volt tried. Yeah, well, like fucking, what do you say? What do you say? But like, again, if it was like, stopping people from talking, then like we could just ban him. But there's no point. Like, if he wants to just agitate, he might vent for a little bit. I don't know. Maybe. Or maybe he's just going to get bored with it. It's just a sign of how fed up people are with some things. But yeah, it's up to them to vocalize that. Yeah, it's definitely a sign of the times. But like the deep leftist infighting, like of the people that self-describe as communists and socialists and stuff like that, like that stuff is just completely, in my opinion, if they're already at the table, right? They're already people that think, that believe in like revolutionizing capitalism, like going beyond capitalism. They're already that way inclined. It's rare, and they just want to fight each other. Like, that is just fucking useless. Like, what a waste of talent that is. I even went and looked up what he told me to look up, and like, it didn't really explain anything. Yeah, I guess that's not the point, is it? It's not the point. Oh, link to Discord channel. I will link the Discord. Linky link. There it is again, if anyone's interested. All right. This has been one draining session of this. Like, it's just culture war after culture war issue. It's hard to keep in line with this. Like, again, some of it's funny. Don't get me wrong. Like, this ScoMo stuff is pretty good. Like, dropping ScoMo, into Centrelink. That's pretty good. I can get down with that. Wait, did it work? That's interesting. The one I pasted didn't work, so try. Thank you, E. Did you see the one that I posted? Did that come up? I just put one on there. Oh, yeah, it did. All right. How do we get it so mystery chats can be seen cross-platform? Did other streams integrate chats from different platforms before? I can fix that. Like, I just separate them out of ease. But like, I can just put it all into one consolidated chat, if that would help, so people can actually talk to each other across platforms. My list is growing. You guys give me homework. All right, let me fix that. I got homework? Fuck that. So you can all talk to each other. In Discord. Could there be a right-wing propaganda channel, maybe? Like, as so we can keep things separate? Is that what you mean? Yeah, fair enough. If Dilemmas is listening to this, he can be in charge of that one. But like, no spamming clips. You can use RestreamBot too. It does that plus the commands I tell you about. Yes. Yeah, I'm going to use Restream for that. Restream can do the bots too? Okay. All right. So what, you want a dedicated right-wing one? Keep the stuff separate, eh? That's funny. That's fucking funny. I just like to see YouTube and Twitch chatters interacting more. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Hey, cool. It can be done. It can be done. All right, I'm on it. I'll make sure that's down for next week. Yeah, because we had that interesting kick guy that came in on like Wednesday or whatever it was, and no one could see what the kick guy was saying. That was funny. All right, let's finish off ScoMo going to Centrelink, shall we? We talk about leftist infighting, LOL, but I want to see where Adam Curtis maybe gets things wrong and right, as I am too dumb to know better. Who is Adam Curtis? This person here. I think someone's asked us about Adam Curtis before, actually. He's an English documentary filmmaker. Curtis began his career in conventional documentary producer for the BBC. Yeah, I think people have asked us about this, checking out this person's stuff before. Adam Curtis documentaries YouTube. I wonder if we can watch it without getting picked up for, yeah, picking up for copyright. But yeah, post in video topic suggestions if you want. Why not? We talk about left. Oh no, I read that. Oh yeah, that was funny. The lone kick chatter. LOL. You will be missed. His docos are visually brilliant and have good music. He's pretty popular. Yeah, I see. I reckon we're gonna get picked up. I don't think I could do that for copyright purposes. But like we might be able to do sessions where we do the mainstream and then just go over to Twitch because Twitch seems to be so much easier on that. Maybe you could just give us your talking points and watch off screen. Make the video not too big on the screen. Do you reckon that helps? Because like what I've found is it's actually the audio that I keep getting picked up on. Like if they use audio in their video and the audio is copyrighted, it's actually YouTube. Like the algorithms are so much better. They're picking up fucking audio. Like when we were out at the Put Australia First march the other weekend, like it was all the audio that was getting picked up and getting copyrighted from. Like it can pick it up, and like we're in a crowd, and it's just like, yeah, copyright infringement. Just mute the music, but then I can't hear the audio though. Unless there's no audio to these documentaries. It's just all visual stuff. But like, yeah, gotcha. Wow, this has turned into the afters. We're just having a Friday Arvo chat. Have the video on for 1 to 2 minutes at a time. Fair use. Live stream the video on Discord, but don't show it on the screen. Some of those watching along streamers do that. Oh, that's an interesting one. Put it on Discord. Hey, interesting. Whoa. And then we can, like, whoever wants to watch it can go to Discord. Yeah, Twitch wouldn't exist if they censored streamers for music, LOL. They will censor the VODs, but not the live. Yes, yeah, Twitch wouldn't exist, right? That's a really good, interesting point. I think that's why Dr. Nathan prefers Twitch as well, right? It's a different beast getting picked up on YouTube. They ping if it is uninterrupted. Yeah, it's got to be fair use, as the Americans call it. I film storms, and it's fucked when my neighbors have loud music playing. Same issue. Lose the thunder, etc. because of random noise copyright. That's fucked. LOL pre-stream afters. I know, right? Pre-after afters. Sorry, pre-after afters. Yeah, this is how we do movie watch parties. It also helps push people towards your Discord. Yeah, fair enough. You have a Discord as well, don't you, in Dr. Nathan? I wonder if people are part of that. I hated having every other comment censored on YouTube. You dirty mod, Mr. Google. Yeah. That's why you're in Twitch world. I thought you just, that's where the cool kids, that's the Twitch files. That's where the cool kids hang out on Twitch. Yeah. It's where the Vanguard is. Your next show with all these vids gonna be great. Yeah, so no pressure. We got Adam Curtis. We got Leith Van Onselen. Well, they sometimes would have the timer of the video displayed in the corner, so those who want to sync with what you're watching as well. That's clever. Yeah, well, obviously, the Twitch files is where the cool kids are too. Obviously. The Twitch files. When I get censored, I move there too. Yeah, because sometimes, like, there's certain people that just pop up. They're like, here, bang. And then over there, bang. Squeeb does that a lot as well. All right, shall we watch any more of Pauline, or is everyone tired of the culture wars? Let's just finish with ScoMo then. Also, Twitch is designed for you to play copyrighted games, which had copyrighted music, so it'd fuck them if they didn't let you. Yeah. There goes the entire Twitch universe. And like the gamers don't want that, so the game capitalists don't want that either, because like what a forum for them. Like people playing their games. It's like advertising for them. Coming around, sharing. the fun, and markets itself.
Sit around all day eating curry.
You, gold bludger.
Oh, yeah? What's in it for me?
Oh, you can play a whole movie there as long as you don't publish the VOD. There it is.
I have the perfect job for you, gold bludger.
Oh, yeah? What's in it for me?
Taxpayer funds, transferred straight into your bank account every fortnight.
So you're telling me I can sit around all day eating curry puffs and playing ukulele?
Sure can. All you have to do is make sure mutual obligations.
I knew there was a catch.
Look, don't worry, it's not that hard. All you have to do is apply for 20 jobs a month.
But, God forbid, what if I get employed?
Or just apply for jobs that you're not qualified for. Or make up jobs that you've applied for, I don't care.
But what if you double check them?
We don't double check them. All that matters is you look like you're trying. Because if you don't, you'll get a demerit.
A demerit? That sounds scary.
No, it's not. Unless you get 3 of them in a 6-month period.
And then what?
We'll make you come in for a meeting.
This is such an old trope, isn't it? Like demonizing people on welfare. This is like, out of all this stuff, honestly, this is the lowest point in all of this cartoon so far. And I know there's been some pretty outrageous stuff, but like this is low. Like, why is she attacking Centrelink recipients for? Like, honestly, does that even suit her politically? And there must be a significant enough portion of her voter base that has to get some form of assistance. Like, come on. Lemons, I don't even use email. You don't want me as a mod. LOL. Yeah, well, apparently got Mr. Google doing it. I don't think Cheese Swiss would like you as a mod either, probably.
And then you're going to cut me off, aren't you?
Probably not.
Wait a second. I thought JobSeeker was supposed to be a safety net.
Nope. It's a smorgasbord. For you, for me, for all the private job providers. Everyone benefits from your unemployment.
I don't know, Centrelink lady. I've taken taxpayer money my whole life, but I don't want to be made to play some gamified, ineffective 100-point system designed to catch me out. Sure, it's free money, but for how long? 1, 2 years, max?
What? No, you could do this indefinitely.
Indefinitely? Jenny! I'm out of curry puffs! Jenny!
Is he vaping? That's so good. That's so good. This is from 2 years ago. Fucking hell, man. I was about to say this whole episode seems to be self-sabotaging to her voter base. You're sitting at home and vaping. The most comical part of Cheese's rant today was his anger at the mod. Yeah, who was the mod? Like, was he actually talking about a mod, though? Like, he thinks that someone's modding him. I think, like, a lot of people just don't get through the... Oh, I know what it is. If he's actually getting modded by YouTube, I normally read out everyone's comments. And, like, I'll make sure that if you get modded by, like, Mr. Google, I'll read it out. Maybe heaps of his stuff doesn't go through and you guys can't actually see it. Huh. Interesting. That's probably why he feels so attacked. It's the evil Google mod. And I just don't read it out. Woozle, I didn't see her taking on crackheads, just doll bludgers. Yeah, what the fuck? I think she has more cookers than any of the political factions. Just make him a mod and watch Cheese call us all colonizers or something. Yeah, that's what I think was happening. Ah, that's really why he's so upset. Ah, poor Cheesed. Hey, he's getting fucking censored. And see, nobody likes getting censored. Nobody. Mamupa, subsidized business, all good. Welfare, bad. That's pretty much the message. Like, Gina goes and hangs out to help subsidize business. You know, preferences, fucking the Liberal Party. The party of subsidizing businesses. Preferences, the Libs. But welfare, bad. So good. Softball Frogs. So this is not the new movie? Nah, this is not it. Nah, we're actually just warming up. So the new movie comes out, super progressive movie. That comes out in, I think it was Australia Day. It comes out Australia Day next year. So we're just like going through the stuff that, you know, gave them the audacity to want to do a full movie. Some of my comments didn't come up through but I didn't say anything. Yeah, it was probably because like I wasn't paying attention to the conversation that you guys were having with Cheese Swiss. So if I'm not reading them out, then no one knows what you guys are talking about. I'm going to change that from now on. Like the comments will come up. I don't know if that affects anything on the algorithm, but you'll be able to see fucking everything, even the stuff that the mods censor. Mr. Google censors. Mr. Google? Did we just assume Google's gender? Yeah, that's why. Like that's why I try to read a lot of comments, because yeah, people get censored by the bots. We've been completely shut down. That's right, for too many censored comments. Hence the CC channel in Discord. Yeah, if you go to Discord and you can see the CC channel there, the censored comments one. That's because, yeah, we were getting shut down when people were bombing the chat with comments over and over again that were getting censored. Yeah. Hey, that seems like a long time ago, doesn't it? Good times. Good times. Good times. All right, we're gonna have a quick break. And then we're going to be back with some afters. We're going to do some more like right-wing stuff. We can actually have a look at what happened after Put Australia First rally. Some Nazis actually showed up to the one in Melbourne. That guy called Hugo Lennon that we were having a look at last week. The guy whose dad is like a multi-millionaire. So he's like the height of the bourgeoisie in Australia. And he pretends to be he pretends to be a Nazi. And we have a look at his thoughts on Put Australia First, because like talking about like culture wars or infighting on the right for AS, you should see this. The Nazis are not happy that the Put Australia First people in One Nation wouldn't let them into the rallies, and there's a lot of upset and hatred over there. So yeah. Bane's migraine. Why can't I be censored by a top instead of a butt? You bloody bigot. LOL. LOL boozle. All right. Yeah, we're gonna have a quick break, and then we're gonna watch something else. Watch something else. The difference of policing for Gaza and Nazi marches. All right. We'll be back. All right. We are back. Now strap yourselves in because this is going to get pretty dark. Like, One Nation stuff has got nothing on this. We got Hugo here v. Avi Yemeni. So Avi being the guy from Rebel News, who's very, very pro-Israel, but very conservative. So you got the pro-Israel conservatives and then the nationalist right-wingers who are just like, no, Australia first, Israel never, which is a dichotomy that's, going throughout the world at the moment. Yeah, I know. Yay, Avi. Where like these two came clashing, it would seem, at the Put Australia First rally that happened on the weekend in Melbourne, and they confronted one another. And so we're gonna get this channel is called Slightly Offensive. Now I think they are, just by a slight investigation, they're pretty hardcore right wing, let's say, channel. That's why they are playing with the idea that they're offensive. And like they've got on Hugo, who was confronted by Avi at the Melbourne rally. And so he's going to dissect why Nazis are not welcome at a One Nation rally, I guess. 500K? Damn. Yeah, I know, right? Hell yeah, let him fight. Right? Such a rage baiter. I've seen many of his videos before. Yeah. Yeah, he comes up a lot. But like, yeah, so we've got Hugo who's over here. He was literally a fucking neo-Nazi. He's got HH written all over him. And like they went kind of head to head. And so this guy's going to like have a big cry basically about why he wasn't allowed at a nationalist rally. How are people still into edgelord shit? Do they not grow up? Apparently not. So strap yourself. This is not going to be pretty, this type of content. But like, let's figure out what Australia's neo-Nazis have to say about being fucking shafted by other right-wing people. They don't feel good about it. And like, we were talking about types of infighting before. This is a type of infighting, but it's a right-wing version of it. And they've got big beefs.
We've already said we don't want Nazis here.
You're a Nazi.
You are.
I'm not. I'm an Australian nationalist.
Yeah. Well, we don't want Australian nationalists here.
You don't want Australia?
So remember, this guy is a fucking professional with this type of stuff. You don't want Australian nationalists here. It's actually called Put Australia First. It's a nationalist rally. Like it's like national in the sense of, about national support, let's say, and patriotism, as opposed to like, the nationalism that comes with being a fascist. And so like he's there just to poke the bear, it would seem. Younger, we were told to act more grown up. Growing up, you realize adults just refine their high school attitudes into the real world. That's pretty funny. Let's listen.
We've already said we don't want Nazis here.
You're a Nazi.
You are.
I'm not. I'm an Australian nationalist.
Yeah. Well, we don't want Australian nationalists here.
You don't want Australian nationalists?
Yeah, not your brand.
Australia First. No Australian nationalists on the behalf of the Australian peacemakers.
Good on you, mate. Let's go. Yeah, we know you're a Nazi.
What does the HH stand for?
Helly Hansen. It's a well-renowned sports brand.
I know. You all seem to be matching. You're cute like that.
Welcome back to another episode of Slightly Offensive. I'm your host, Elijah Schaefer. And there was an interesting interaction.
He's got fucking, like, he's got audio effects on cue. I need that. Some, like, candid applause. Every time I start a stream, I'm just going to be like, yeah, we're here. We're here with another stream. All right. It's why I always hear work is like high school. And it's like, yeah, that tracks. Avi was fine cozying up with these guys until he realized they ate Jewish people too. Yeah, that's right. When it suits, right? Slightly Offensive is an American channel. Yeah, pretty sure. And like they get in slightly offensive people from all around the world, if you know what I mean, to talk about how they slightly offend people, if you know what I mean.
Action that took place this last week in Australia, down under, where hit correspondent for the IDF, former soldier for Israel, Avi Yemeni, ran into Australia First Representative Ozpil at the Put Australia First March, to which we found out this was actually an op for the Zionist movement trying to somehow co-opt this fight for nationalism across the West. Jewish individuals, Israeli psyops trying to undermine, overpower, and destroy any type of nationalist movement, particularly white nationalist movement. I'm really shocked about that. Avi Yemeni said there's no room for Australian nationalists anymore inside of the Put Australia First movement. And the interaction, this entire interaction, didn't really hit the news, so I thought we'd cover it today. Joining me to talk about this is my guest today. You might know him personally as Ozpil. Welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. Yeah, it's brilliant to be back with you. This time, though, streaming all the way down under.
Yeah, and of course, bringing me all the hope and joy that I need. We still have.
Look how shit the Australian internet connection is as well. It's so good. So, Australia First is a Zionist co-op movement now. Apparently, and like you never know. Like I thought the Put Australia First rally seemed like a One Nation rally, but like who knows? Maybe the Australian Zionist organization is a lobbyist to One Nation. Maybe they've done their research. I used this one for sound effects. Oh, you're legit. Oh, that's hilarious. That's great. Thank you. I'm gonna get a soundboard as well. Cheers. Oh. Do they think the public are that dumb to not see through the bullshit of we have a HH on as some shit symbolism? Well, I remember when the Groper came in, someone had to explain to me what the HH was. I was not across any of this type of culture before. And 88 as well. I had to explain that one. Nah, they're just using the website cam on their lappy. Oh, I wonder who uses that. Some douchebag. A lot of douchebags out there. Yeah, it was the biggest shock getting a tradie job at 17 working with adults. So many of them were so immature and would bully those younger or smaller one not being able to handle any talk back. Oh no, the leopard bit me. If the literal Nazis represent Australian nationalism, then yeah, kill nationalism. Even if only 3% of the rally are Nazis, the rally becomes a Nazi rally. A saying I hear in left-wing spaces. Interesting. Yeah, Volt, tradies are some of the worst for staying children. Oh yeah, I forgot I'm perpetually online. Fuck. It's just Helly Hansen, bro. Yeah, did you see that? It's just Helly Hansen, bro. Grainy camera. Lock him up. Yeah, tell me about it. I thought HH was just for happy hour. Yeah, man. Absolutely. That's what I thought too. Until it was explained to me.
We still have our regular Gen Z extremist, and like all modern extremists, he's brown, he's a little shorter than average, just has a more to love in general, and he wants to see the system burn. So welcome back.
What douchebag goes onto fucking social media with a mask on? Absolute fuckwit. I wonder if this guy supports banning the burqa. I wonder. I do kind of agree. Remove Nazis from every movement. It was a big thing. I was interviewing someone at the Sydney one, and I was like, look, there were Nazis at the first one, because he brought it up, and he was really like, no, I'm on the lookout. If we see any Nazis, we're going to deal with it. I'm like, fuck, why are you responsible for it? They're really like touchy about the whole Nazi thing. Really touchy. Must be a big talking point for these people.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it. It's always good to be here.
All right, so let's talk about this. So we got a crazy interaction that happened. I want to break this down piece by piece, but I was
Black block on this, on slightly offensive. That's like a real undercover situation going on there, right? He better not have been anti-mask during COVID, lol. Happy hour and lucky 88 pokies. It's all a psyop. Yeah, I remember that guy.
feeling really bad because all that really happened here was the news came out of this crazy interaction between you and Avi, where we really see the systems fighting, right? You have the sort of Israel first, neocon, globalist, old guard establishment like Avi Yemeni and
that was a lot. Let's just remember that one quickly.
Israel first, neocon, globalist, old guard establishment like Avi Yemeni and his friends. And then you have the sort of new right? You have Ozpil, you got Sterling Cooper, you got Joel Davis, and the rest of the lot who are sort of their own brands saying, hey, our ancestors didn't die. They didn't fight on Gallipoli. They didn't fight, Anzac Day so that our kids could compete with Indians for jobs and for places in school. They didn't die and fight so that we could, wait.
I forgot about that name. I want to see them fight against the intersectional coalition of global South communist jihadists. I forgot about that. Thank God you've been taking note of this shit. One day when we have merchandise and stuff, we'll print that on a t-shirt so people can buy it. Intersectional coalition of global South communist jihadists. Oh my God. So good. Yeah, if the movement tolerates the extremely bigoted rhetoric, then unfortunately the whole movement will be judged by those extreme individuals. I mean, if that 3% is running and facilitating the rally plus headlining the speaking, then yeah, maybe you marched in a Nazi rally. You may not have thought it was to begin with, but when the truth slaps you in the face like a wet trout, are you going to say you're wet because it rained? Again, they always seemed really touchy about that whole thing. No, there's no Nazis here. No, we're doing everything we can. Sterling Cooper is a farm boy from WA that did Corn. Now he's buddies with Andrew Tate. Interesting. Who are we talking about here? Like some of these people? Or is this like something else? Yes, we are led by and judged on the craziest people in our groups, unfortunately. Kind of how Cheese associated dilemmas with as a Nazi for being Australian first, because he associates with that movement with Nazis. And what do they call that? Syllogism, right? Pretty sure that's what they call syllogism. Form of logics. Syllogism, an instance of a form of reasoning in which a conclusion is drawn from two given or assumed propositions. A common or a middle term is present in the two. All dogs are animals. All animals have 4 legs. Therefore, all dogs have 4 legs. All animals have 4 legs. All dogs are animals. All animals have 4 legs. Therefore, all dogs have 4 legs. Interesting. All people who support March for Australia are nationalists. All nationalists are Nazis. It follows then that all March for Australia supporters are Nazis. I guess that's like a syllogism. I'm sure Germans marching for Hitler convinced themselves of something similar. But both left and right get peeled, and that's the whole point of left-right talk. All right. Sorry. Back to this. I'm getting sidetracked here.
6 months or a year for a surgery from our overused and abused social health care system. And so you guys ended up
so rich, right? Sorry, I'm keep cutting him off. But like an American, slightly offensive Nazi talking about how Indians are coming in putting pressure on our healthcare system. I wonder if you advocate for an American healthcare system, right? The left and right are outdated paradigms. No one fits into them anymore without a paragraph of context.
Going to the march, an America first, Australia first, Canada first type of person, so people understand there's people who are not American.
What is healthcare? I'll send you some literature. You can read up on it.
Who believe in America when we're here, but when you're in Australia, it makes sense to be fighting for what's going on in Australia. And this is kind of crazy. So I want to play it here. I'm going to break it down with you. Let's watch this and let's talk about this. Here's your interaction. And tell me real fast, Oz, what was going on here? We see this march that's happening. What was this march?
Yeah, so some might recall myself was a leader of the March for Australia rallies, which took place in August and October. And these were genuine nationalist rallies because they had elements of the right which represented an anti-immigration message from the center, your default economic arguments through to your cultural arguments, and then through to even your demographic arguments. And that was a very genuine...
It's important. Immigration comes down to cultural, economic, and demographic arguments. Demographic obviously being like you're being replaced. The economic argument for immigration is what you hear most people talking about. I'd say like there's just not enough provision for everyone. So like it's an economic question. And then the cultural one is like that culture is going to take over my culture. This is about cultural purity. That's interesting to hear someone break down what the immigration is actually about. Because like I don't put much weight on all this sort of stuff. So like, yeah, hearing it talked about is kind of interesting in that way. Like he's really thought about this. Exactly. You can't say you're left or right without associating with all other elements. Left and right in culture shares many similarities in terms of political parties. It's moving the current system more socialistic left or capitalistic right. That's why I always vote left. Interesting. It's economics, right? It's economic issues. That used to be where it was all based, right? In the economic. What's this? Is that like something related to this? Oh, in Dr. Nathan, are we rating you this afternoon? I think you said you can only do Mondays and Fridays, or you're done for the year. I can't remember. What's this? The 7
At
levels
level 1,
of living
we got your
in
typical
Australia.
new and clueless immigrant. So at
The hell is this? It's 2 days old. Sort of to immigration, right? Yeah, but you say left and they hear woke, Marxist, blue-haired, lesbian, Centrelink. Savage. Kind of true though, isn't it? I won't be ready to raid, but I'll be up later tonight doing a games night. Okay, fair enough. Just thought I'd check. All right, we're going to have a quick diversion here. We're going to learn about what it is. A video about living in Australia as a migrant. So any of you Americans listening to, if you want to migrate here, this might happen to you. Watch out.
At level 1, we got your typical new and clueless immigrant. So at this level, you probably just moved to Australia, and you're probably on a student visa. You probably live in Sydney or Melbourne. And the first thing you notice is that Australia is real and definitely not upside down. You also realize that there aren't snakes and spiders everywhere, and that the country isn't just a desert. Well, the middle of Australia actually is. But anyways.
As long as I don't have to eat Vegemite. Oh, you can... Yeah, fair enough. You have to realize as well that we don't have fucking kangaroos everywhere either. Not just snakes and spiders. That was really disappointing for some people when I brought them here. Like, welcome friends to Australia. They're like, what do you mean? Where's the kangaroos?
You also notice that Australia actually has some decent infrastructure. In fact, you're looking impressed by the buildings, and the healthcare system, education, and the minimum wage is probably better than your home country. You also find that people don't go around saying Aussie, 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 oi, 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 and put the shrimp on the barbie. You find Aussie English hard to understand, and it sometimes feels like a completely different dialect to you, but you carry on, even though you don't fully fit here. Well, at least people are nice here and call you mate, which feels good. But then there are protests against your kind as well. It's sort of a double-edged sword. If you're at level 2, you're probably an immigrant that has settled in a bit. At this level, Australian is in full gibberish to you, but you're still getting a hang of it. You've started using the right spellings at least. You spell things with a U in words like colour and favourite, R and E in words like centre and leader, and S in words like analyze and specialize. You have also begun to correct your vocab. You start calling that black liquid that goes in your car petrol, and those long potato things that are fried chips. And the game that is played with a ball and feet, soccer, and the game that is played with an egg, hands and feet, footy. At this stage, you also try Aussie favourites like Tim Tams, Lamingtons, meat pies, and even the notorious Vegemite.
Hey, don't worry about fucking Vegemite. Make sure you try a Tim Tam. And a meat pie too. But like Tim Tams are the rage. Every person I have introduced Tim Tams to from overseas, like they go home with Tim Tams in their fucking suitcase. I'm telling you. What stage you start abbreviating everything and adding an O to everyone's name? That's a good. I wonder if they cover that. That is fucking hilarious. If one wants to see kangers in the suburbs, just visit during drought times. They're interesting. I had a sausage roll for breakfast today. Of course you did. Tim Tam with a hot chockey. Using the Tim Tam like a straw? Yes, I've seen people do that with like cups of tea and stuff like that. I've never tried it myself though. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to buy some Tim Tams for my holiday. Well, you're going to take them back to the Philippines, right? Hey? Fucking, like, I know Southeast Asians, and like when they come to Australia, they buy fucking chocolate, and they don't take their clothes home with them. They just fill up their luggage with as much chocolate, Australian chocolate, as they can.
Everything is pretty good, but you can't understand how anyone can like Vegemite. And if you're at this level, you probably also give footy and cricket a go, but the rules are too hard.
New to your channel, what's this stream about? You know, right now, fucking good luck trying to pick what the hell this stream is about. This stream specifically, this segment is Far Right Fridays. We've been doing it for a couple of months now. Specifically, we were looking before at Pauline Hanson's Please Explain, the mini-series that she has on her channel. And we're trying to understand like the right-wing pipeline, how people get into right-wing ideology online. And so we watched that. We just started watching some Nazi stuff. Oh, no, I don't know if they're actually Nazis, but it seems like they are. But there's Ozpil, who is like an Australian neo-Nazi, who's being interviewed by these American guys about the Put Australia First rally. So that's like what this stream is about. At the moment, we're just laughing about Australian culture, basically. Level 7 Galaxy Gas in Newtown on a Wednesday. Interesting. All right. Never tried a Tim Tam straw. Aussie card revoked. Nah, it doesn't appeal to me. Sorry. I've watched enough people do it. And like, I just don't have that sucking power, if you know what I mean.
Hard for you to understand. Level 3. At this stage, you're someone who fits into Australian culture. You probably even have a citizenship or something. You realize that your accent has become more Australian, and you have subliminally incorporated more and more Aussie slangs. You say things like arvo, chook,
There it
maccas.
is. There's an O word, but like calling people by nicknames with an O, but there's arvo. Maccas. It's so good.
Incorporate more and more Aussie slangs. You say things like arvo, chook, maccas. And when you're feeling brave, you even say things like mate, g'day, and cheers sometimes. At this stage, you also realize that Hungry Jack's is just Burger King, but just much better. And also that you would never be able to buy a house in this country. After living here for a while, you're finally able to see the negatives too. Inflation is sky high, and it kinda annoys you how things have worsened, especially when you hear about free education in the 70s. This makes you get more involved in politics, and you joke about making Australia a republic. Level 4. At this
We were talking about that today.
age, you develop an irrational hatred for cyclists. Every time you see one, your mood is ruined. And if you're at this level, you also start hating the hectic life in Sydney and Melbourne. You've got an Aussie soul now. You just want to relax and crack open a cold one with the boys. So you move to a much more relaxed, sunny Perth, or somewhere in Queensland or South Australia. But you're still not crazy enough to move to NT, Tassie, or God forbid, Canberra. And now you've started calling your enemies and your friends the C word. Level 5. If you are at this level, you know a lot about Aussie cultural icons like Ned Kelly, the Snowtown Killers, Shane Warne, James Cook, and of course Steve Irwin. Just talking about these people brings you a sense of nostalgia. And at this level, you're probably a born and bred Aussie. You love bunning snags, and you remember things like Prank Patrol and Good Game Spawn Point. You also remember toffee apples being randomly placed in the fresh fruit section at supermarkets and making lunch orders in primary school. And you remember having chocolate mud cake from Woolies and colds on every single one of your birthdays because you weren't posh enough to go to the cheesecake shop. And come on, you
Well, I'm screwed. I live in Lycra in the summer. Well. Not a lie detected so far. There it is. What about Chopper? Yeah, absolutely. LOL, the phrasing. I thought you were a gay lefty. What do you mean you have no sucking power? Sucking power? Is this a Hoover type scale you use to measure? I'm just saying, like, you have to bite the ends off and you have to pull the center through the hot tea or whatever you're having. And you have to, you have to work it. You have to really suck on it to get it going. It's not my thing. Oh shit, that's me. LOL. There it is. Yeah, it was, I could have phrased it differently, I guess. The chocolate mud cake at Coles and Woolies.
in primary school. And you remember having chocolate mud cake from Woolies and colds on every single one of your birthdays because you weren't posh enough to go to the cheesecake shop. And come on, you definitely got bullied for bringing a golden gay time to primary school. You remember getting a pen license in primary school as your biggest achievement.
And lie detector of Mr. 8 on the video. Alright, depends what I'm doing. I have the sucking power. Depends on the situation. Just not for Tim Tams.
And you're too relaxed to try to achieve more. Also some honorable mentions at this level. The S-shape. You're a sport Aussie teen. You think you're a gangster, but you can't even scare a child. The only place you're a menace is the Centrelink office. And that's only because you're an annoying leech, stealing thousands of taxpayer dollars. You wear all black, have a mullet, and wear Nike trainers. You probably even keep a pocket knife and smoke ciggies, but you don't look hard. And you try to show off by chugging VBs with your mates on a park bench, and you get pissed on 2 drinks. The Aussie private school college kid. You either go to Uni New South Wales, Monash, Melbourne, or Sydney Uni. You wear a black Kathmandu goose jacket and sandals or Iron Williams. You love footy, and you exclusively drink Golden Oaks and Rivets, and you're too spoiled. Level 6. If you're at this level, you're probably a true blue Australian. You live in NT or Tasmania, or God forbid, Central Australia. You're very tan from never being inside or using sunscreen, and you exclusively wear thongs and work boots and don't have a clue what the internet is. You probably have a very demanding physical job in manual labor, mining, or some sort of trade, so I won't expect you even have time for the internet.
I mean, I saw you suck in that Super Duper last summer. I saw. Oh, good. I remember pen licenses. No, the nostalgia. We found his Achilles heel, chat. Don't worry. Like all things, I can work on it, I guess. Yeah, I'm level 6. There we go. Kind of sounds like you're scared you might like it. Oh, man. Maturing is shoving a gay time up your ass. Oh, my God. A gay time is an ice cream, if you're wondering, international audience. If anyone's still enjoying this at this point. If you can't straw, just saying. I can learn, baby, I swear.
You definitely day drink whenever and wherever you can, and you have funny stickers on your pickup truck. You also spend a lot of time at the pokies, and you talk like this, I would imagine.
Hey, mate, how are you? How you going, mate? Yeah, good to have you down here. Yeah, fine everything all right? Bit of a day for it. A couple of very long in the morning. Never went astray, mate. Help yourself to the fridge, eh?
At this stage, Vegemite becomes a staple of your breakfast. You spread a thin layer of it on a piece of hot buttered toast. Level 7. You're an Aboriginal.
Level 7, you're an Aboriginal. And that's it. That's all I'm going to say. LML, these comments are why I love chat. What about the comments here? I mean, this was complete and utter respect, but I think the guy who is narrating, I mean, this was complete and utter respect, but I think the guy who is narrating, this might be only level 2 or 3, because he called things like ute a pickup truck. Yeah, but he does say words like Melbourne correctly. Anyway, good video. I thoroughly enjoyed it. This bloke knows his stuff. I still remember watching Good Game Spawn Point as a kid. Up the Aussies. Pickup truck, level 1, Aussie detected. Yeah, people don't like that one, do they? I expect level 5 Aussies and / Eshays to be able to figure out they're clearly in London. I'm level 6, but I'm still in school and forced to live in suburban Victoria. I miss Tassie. Centrelink is so real, lol. I'm a level 5. Day drinking's back. There it is. I've had 3 drinks today. I feel so seen. When do you learn Goon of Fortune? Holy shit. Oh my god. How do you know about this? I mean, he's talking about GG Game, not Cheese TV. So that's a big giveaway. It is, isn't it? Hey, Goon of Fortune. I learned Goon of Fortune, I guess, in my late teens. Yeah, late teens, I guess, at like house parties. Because you have to have someone that has like fucking a clothesline. I mean, depends where you live, right? If I enjoy drinking, I'd have a few too. But I'll wait till 420 instead. There we go. There's 2 types of people. Hey? Goon sacks were the rage in high school. Yes. Clothesline version? Yes. A heels hoist specifically? Yeah. Not just any old clothesline. Yes. Fair enough. Haha, Goon of Fortune is the only ceremonial act left. Yeah. Isn't that interesting? Good call. Good call. There's for your immigration. Take that, Nazis. Hey, we just learned about what it takes to integrate into Australian society. Hey, this is how you do it. Just watch that video and then you'll get it.
Nationalist, I would say, expression of the Australian people. And then because they were so successful, elements of the establishment looked at this and said, uh-oh, we can't let these people, genuine outsiders, genuine people expressing the will of the people, have this movement. And so little spin-off marches started popping up, and this is one of them. This is one of them that was supported by the mainstream media, supported by people like Avi Yemeni, and it was called the Put Australia First rally. And it was trying to emulate everything that the March for Australia did, but tone down the message, right? To be more milquetoast, take us back to the last 10 years, 20 years of stagnation of the conservative movement. And so when I went to it, I actually flew in that morning from America. I took the Uber home, took the Uber to this park. I rocked up to really just to have a look because this march had a speaker, a Senator, Pauline Hanson, who's the leader of One Nation. I wanted to see her speak, and I wasn't there to disrupt. I was just genuinely interested to hear her speak. I've never seen her in person. And I get there, and it's within 10 minutes, the interaction we're about to watch unfolds.
Yeah, so let's look at this. So you show up.
My generation just used to dump all the booze brought into a mental health bin with cans of fruit salad. Grunge Mix was its official title. These Goon of Fortune purists rankle my rankables. Lip smack everything is irrelevant. Sorry, Henley. Now we still have the breaking of the ice. That's the most sacred ceremony as white Australians. Everyone gathers around the bags from the servo and breaks them on the ground before they go into the esky. Oh, that's so good. That's fucking hilarious. And I just say, as someone who's a mix, that's not just ceremonial for white Australians anymore. I've spent many a good time with my dad around an esky, breaking ice to go into an esky. That's fucking hilarious. Oh my god. But I guess that is a tradition, isn't it? Buying ice from the servo. That's a service station for the Americans. A servo. Buying ice from the servo. That's supposed to be ice cubes, but it's just a fucking block, eh? That's how you know you've been welcomed into the culture. That's so good. Bullshit, he wasn't there to disrupt anything. Yeah, I know, right? Bullshit, he wasn't there to disrupt. This explains a lot. I don't think they said mental health bin. Sorry, did I read that wrong? Oh, we have the same thing. There it is. Eh? We have the same thing. You're going to have to start calling it. You're going to have to start calling it the servo then. The gas station, you're gonna have to start calling it a servo. People will think you're crazy. Grew up with military brats, so we have different kind of ice ceremony. Here we have a different kind of ice ceremony. Interesting. All right, let's go.
You go to talk to Avi.
Gun servo? What, anything? Can anyone translate that, please? I mean, the bags of cubes are just a giant block of ice. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. That's pretty much it. There's only one way to deal with that. I just need to whack it on the cement. All right, let's do this.
And it's...
Yeah, so let's look at this. So you show up, you go to talk to Avi, and it's so insane. Watch this. So we're
so insane.
Yeah, I don't even go up to talk to him. He points down. He comes over with this whole entourage, and we'll watch it now.
All right, check this out.
You just see elected representative speak.
Yeah, no, but we've already said we don't want Nazis here.
You're not a Nazi.
You are.
No, I'm not. I'm an Australian nationalist.
Yeah. Well, we don't want Australian nationalists here.
You don't want Australian nationalists?
Yeah, not your brand.
All right, so this is absolutely crazy. He goes up to you. This is that same old thing where people say, "Stop harassing me! Stop harassing me!" When they walk up to you, at a liberal march here in the United States. So you have a former IDF soldier. Who are these guys he's with?
But like, this is not akin to a liberal march in Australia. I wouldn't call Put Australia First like a liberal march, like using Australian descriptors for that, like a left-wing march or something like that. It's pretty conservative, that march.
These like green safety vests. I don't understand, because they obviously said you're not welcome. Australian nationalists, your version, which quite frankly, what is your version that they don't like?
Probably one that doesn't express like pure civic nationalism. Probably expressing a form of Australian nationalism that's conceptualizes an Australian identity that's congruent with Australian history. The actual nationalism, not this like new brand that's like system approved. And
so there's two types of nationalism out there. There's civic nationalism, which is like being the citizen of a nation state. And so you can have that type of civic nationalism, or you can have their type, which is like our nationalism is based on historical conditions. The white man kind of made Australia what it is, and so it should be for the white man kind of thing. That's that type of, that's the distinction of nationalism there. I've always wondered about this. Such a weird world when people turn to a camera for their live streams instead of just arguing with the person in front of them. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. It's just like, oh, wrong. And then he just like talks to his camera. Our ice creamery takes place in the dark because all the bulbs were smoked out of. That's crazy. All the bulbs were smoked out of. This is also obviously staged. These influencers are nothing more than paid actors and agitators placed to direct a narrative, you reckon? It's interesting. So ethno-national and racist racism. So yes. Well, yeah, I guess. Racist fascism. Damn it. I'm stupid. I want guilt-free nationalism. That's pretty much like that's what he's saying. Like there's civic nationalism, which is like guilt-free nationalism. You can just enjoy the nation state. And then there's like, you know, history. We have historical rights to this place, exclusive rights to this place, nationalism. So he described it as history. Oh, he made it to the C's in the dictionary. Conceptualized, congruent. Yeah. He uses some interesting language, right? Also, I forgot to ask earlier when we were talking about her, but do we actually have a Pauline supporter in the YouTube chat? If so, how are we squaring her support for Israel and the Australian Zionist lobby? Yeah, good question. Good question. I think it's like the same question about how do we square off her preferencing the liberals all the time when she argues, or her supporters argue, against the uni party and like putting Australians first and all that sort of stuff.
Establishment approved, like they espouse nationalism, not this like new brand that's like system approved and establishment approved, like they espouse. And the groups actually there, the Australian Peacemakers, are largely a Christian Zionist group. However, the people they were there with on the day were the Lions of Zion, a Zionist activist group here in Australia. So I was being confronted by Avi Yemeni, a Jewish activist group, a Zionist activist group, and a Christian Zionist activist group. It was just total, yeah, there was no Australian nationalists confronting an Australian nationalist. It's just these foreign ideologues confronting me.
Yeah, so they're confronting you. They don't want your branch. They want, civic nationalists. They don't want your branch, and they would call it white supremacists or white nationalists, but I would say you're sort of like me, where you just want to align with the founding principles of your country. Like
refers to, we were talking about Pauline Hanson before. How big is APAC here? We have one, we were looking at the other day, the Australian Israel and Jewish Affairs Council. We were looking at the other day. And so they represent broadly both Jewish and Israeli interests in the country. But like he's talking about different groups here, the Zionist Lions and the Christian Zionist groups that are confronting him. AJAC. Yeah, AI. Yeah, it's like Australian, Israel, and Jewish Affairs Council, pretty sure. Squares beautifully in her bank account. If you take racism and square it, equals dollars. Yeah. War is bad, okay? These types of poll tards are the worst. Just own being a Nazi, for fuck's sake. Yeah, pretty much, right? They're playing around it. They're really playing around it. Trying to sway our politics. All right, let's go.
People ask me, what is extremism? I go, extremism is wanting America to be the nation that the founding fathers said it should be. And unfortunately for our Gen Z extremist here, I'm not sure they're going to let you stay.
I mean, this is extreme, like a young patriot getting confronted by a former Israeli military soldier. Like, is that this? And this is why it's ringing so many alarm bells for people, because it's like this guy fought for a foreign military. I mean, he was born in Australia, of course, but he still went and fought for them. He had a gym in Melbourne that would recruit for that army, a Krav Maga gym. I mean, this is insane that it's even happening in this country. I mean, if we lived in a real country, people like him would be barred from our political sphere, frankly. He's literally a foreign influence agent, and I don't think it's even anything close to defamatory to suggest. I mean, in the clip, he even confronts me about having just been in America. And he's like,
hey, watch out. You wouldn't be the first person to get sued for accusing someone of working for Israel.
Yeah, well, I think it's almost plain to see. I mean, he literally did work for them, and no less does harbor views that are extremely pro-Israel to this day. And he even says to me in this clip, he's like, well, you just came back from America. How can you call yourself an Australian nationalist? So that was the line he was going.
All right, well, let's hold that, because I want to get to that here. Okay, so they approached you. Here's what happened. Now check this out.
First, no Australian nationalists on the behalf of the Australian Peacemakers.
Good on you, mate. Good on you. We know you're a Nazi.
What does the HH stand for?
Ellie Hansen, it's a
I
well-renowned
know,
sports brand.
I know. You all seem to be matching. You're cute like that, you Nazis of 2025.
What are you talking about?
Oh, no one knows. We don't know. We don't know what the HH
What jacket
stands
are you
for.
wearing? North Face.
What does HH stand for, guys?
Ellie Hansen.
Okay, so they said, we know you're a Nazi. So they made a claim. We know you're a Nazi. This is like the
I
old...
can't believe I'm slightly siding with Avi on this one. Oh, that's when you know you're in the culture wars, eh? Where do you... Oh, but I don't normally sit there. Why do I feel myself siding with him? Oh my God. It's so good. It's interesting. And this is like all of this is their culture war world. This is how they do it. This is how they divide themselves. Liberals gutted our international support, if I'm correct. Archived Australia. I think they say founding fathers. They refer to the first 16 prime ministers who agreed with the White Australia policy. I've heard them use that as talking points before. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, I don't know who said that. Presumed Red Pill did. Yeah, I think it was him, the Ozpill guy, that said that. All right, let's go.
This libtard stuff in the book. Like, oh, made a claim. Okay, so they said, we know you're a Nazi. So that they made a claim. We know you're a Nazi. This is like the oldest libtard stuff in the book. Like, oh, you're a Nazi. And it's like a Nazi is a national socialist that existed during a period of history that probably aligned or worked for the German government at the time, or the Reich government, or the Reich aristocracy. There are people today that could be sympathetic with Nazi ideology. There are people that could believe in some of the things that they said. Of course, not here, right? Because I love what's happened after World War II. I think we won so well and so strong. I like that my city is 70% Indian. I think it's great. And my kids have more of a chance of growing up gay. And if they don't, they'll start an OnlyFans. That's great, right? That's like, it's progress. Progress.
That's capitalism, baby. What are you talking about? Hey, that my kids are gonna grow up gay, and if they don't, they're gonna have an OnlyFans? Huh? That's capitalism, baby. We're just living at 2025 style. Calm down, bro. What's going on? What's broken clock theory? Well, because he's right 2 times a day. Is that what you mean? Is Avi right twice a day? That's rich. Let's call it 24-hour broken clock theory.
Is so awesome. Suicide rates are literally at an all-time high, and that means we won. So that's good.
It's a sign that we won, that, you know, a homosexual like yourself is able to rise to such prominence.
Very true. That's very true. The beanie hides the hair loss from the AIDS. So it's an unfortunate reality we face. No, but I was gonna say, it's funny.
So what was that?
To such prominence.
It's good.
It's a sign that we won, that
suicide rates are literally at an all-time high, and that means we won. So that's good.
It's a sign that we won, that, you know, a homosexual like yourself is able to rise to such prominence.
Very true. That's very true. The beanie hides the hair loss from the AIDS. So it's an unfortunate reality we face. No, but I was gonna say, it's funny because he says, you know, you're a Nazi, and it's just meant to discredit. Like, that's what this is meant to do. It's like, well, nobody likes Nazis, so that's what you are. And because nobody likes you, we don't have to listen to you. And I think that it's a form of weakness. When people call people Nazis, it could be taken as a compliment. Because what they're saying is that you are not playing by the uniparty rules. You are not playing by the globalist agenda. Anyone they don't like is a Nazi. Therefore, if these people call you that, I think it's a good thing.
Yeah, well, when you get called...
Yeah, fucking why not? You know, call me a Nazi. Go for it. It's on you, brother. Oh my God. Can't handle when the evil forces he supports get directed at him. Face mask guy. Wait, fuck. I can't keep up. Face mask guy, I'd wager, refused to wear a mask during COVID, keeping himself safe from repercussions of own actions, though must wear mask. I think that's comment of the day. That's pretty funny. To be fair, I don't think these guys are the regular Aussie right wing. They are extremists who don't actually believe in anything except that they hate other people they consider the enemy. Yeah, no, I don't think they are like this guy anyway, Hugo. He's not the regular Aussie right wing. However, the regular Aussie right wing would have been all over the Put Australia First rallies for the most part, would have definitely been supportive of that. And these guys try to infiltrate that. So it's interesting to see the culture wars on this part of the right, where they're just like, they're not letting other people in, and there's like infighting going on. It's interesting to see how they classify themselves. Like he's like, they're civic nationalists and I'm a historic nationalist. It's interesting to see how these people develop their ideas. Is that Piers Morgan? A little face mask guy. Smells like cum under basketball shorts. Savage, man. Yeah, it's why I don't mind doxing Nazis. Archive of Australia. The truth most Australian nationalists are not willing to accept is that demographics are destiny. Isn't that what they use all the time, though? They use that line, right? The mental gymnastics is medal worthy. It is, right? Like the whole thing, like, oh no, well, you know what? It's a badge of honor, actually, because that means I'm anti-establishment if you call me a Nazi. So call me a Nazi, and I'm going to enjoy it. Yeah, it is interesting, isn't it? What the fuck is this argument? Oofed. 4S is back. Oofed. How's this logic? They are all turning 30 and above without children, LOL, arguing on the internet. The regular Aussie right wing is turning more to Hugo. It has shifted heavily in the past 10 years. Well, like this is what we're seeing. We have always been multicultural besides white Oz policy. Have you done a deep dive in white Oz policy? I haven't done a deep dive, no, not on this channel. Call it what it is. Old world racism and new world racism. Also, it's funny, these guys will talk about double speak and destroying language, but then they will call themselves anything else to hide what they mean. All right.
Called a Nazi, you're in pretty good company.
All right, here
These
comes.
people call you that, I think it's a good thing.
Yeah, well, when you get called a Nazi, you're in pretty good company with the likes of Donald Trump, Farage. Like, I mean, if you're doing politics at all and you haven't been called one yet, then you know you're a leftist. Like, I think even he's been called one. Like, it's just like, you know, this term is thrown around so much, and again, it's just like this moral totem they try and like hit you in the head with, and they hope that you'll shut up. But it's just been used to ad nauseum. Like, people hear it now and just tune out. Like, it should literally, the fact that he isn't even still to this day, it shows like how behind he is. Not only ideologically he hasn't caught up, but yeah, even his morality is just totally perverse.
Yeah. And
no, I don't think I did see a skinhead comment. Like, even on my end. No, I didn't. No, and like I can only see everything. I wonder what you said. You might have to use the censored comments. Yeah, I didn't see anything, sorry.
Don't forget, guys, if you're watching right now,
To this day, now just tune out. Like, it should literally, the fact that he isn't even still to this day, it shows like how behind he is. Not only ideologically he hasn't caught up, but yeah, even his morality is just totally perverse.
yeah, and don't forget, guys, if you're watching right now on Rift, we want offensive. Find a new place because of this FBI $5 million lawsuit. And it's a really great place to come together.
Well, your skinhead comment was, I've need some in the head. Hey, there you go. And you didn't get that one through. I wonder why. Well, good on you. There's some anti-fascism. There's some trans-Tifa for you. Hey.
So check this out. So they also mentioned that you were in the Helly Hansen thing. I love the idea, like the Fred Perry stuff during the Proud Boys. Like, HH is a great phrase. Happy holidays. Hey, ho. Hey, ho. Or, you know, being a ho is good because we won World War II. You know what I mean? So happy holidays is awesome. We don't want to say Merry Christmas. We don't want to offend people, right? So you might just be woke and like, you might be ahead of your time.
You're like hot honey, you know?
Yeah, dude, it's true. Herpes as well. Double herpes. Anyway, check this out.
It's cute that you all wear matching clothes.
So he's getting agitated here. You can see. Oh, it's cute.
Are you an Australian nationalist?
I love Australia.
Put Australia first?
Of course. Every time.
You never flee Australia if you got bad?
Mate, you just came from America sucking up to the... Like you were literally on your knees for white national...
Okay, I want to hear from you, Oz. I feel like this is used by Zionists as such a stupid cope, okay? Like Matt Walsh was doing this too. Like, oh, you're from Australia. Don't care about your own country. Excuse me. Our intelligence agencies, the Five Eyes, Australia, New Zealand, the United States, Canada, and the UK, are essentially one breathing organism of shared Western civilization. I'm sorry, but the United States, New Zealand, Canada, and Australia are literally British colonies. Yes, we run our independence, and yes, you guys, have your own separate passports 70 years ago or whatever. But like the idea that like they try to put that like, oh, you were in America. It's like the idea of like, oh, you're in another English-speaking white country with that's a democracy with a capitalist system that
Descended
is
from Britain,
that ally from the UK. Yeah, what was that about? What was that cope?
Yeah, I mean, just to touch on that quickly, like I shared a post just recently collating a bunch of quotes from around World War II, where Douglas MacArthur, Australian prime ministers, people of authority, military and government on either side, America and Australia, were reflecting on the military alliance forming between the two countries and basically saying the cause of the alliance was of a racial alliance, saying, we're brothers, we're cousins, whatever, that this is why we're defending you. And so that is the relationship, I think, fundamentally in the Anglosphere, right? That this is how we used to previously see ourselves as literally being related, which we are. Although now, as a percentage of both countries dwindle in Anglo stock, it becomes less so. But that is the relationship. Like there is a lot of commonality there. And again, descending from the Isles, like to suggest that someone like traveling and studying in America is the same as someone who went and fought for a country in the Middle East in their army. It's like, dude, like really, like this is the angle we're going to go for. It's a fatal flaw in their argument. It's just simply that one countries actually have a relationship proven by history, and the other is forged by blackmail. The other is forged by coercion. One's a natural alliance, and one is totally artificial. And the artificial one is crumbling in real time.
I didn't even know what they're really arguing for there, to be honest. Like, I don't know. The whole HH thing is so stupid. Yeah, it's just like, oh, it could be, happy holidays. Like, come on, bro. What are you even arguing over? One came to my house to pick a fight, them up, and called the cops on me. The cops were on my side, LOL. Far out, bro. That's hardcore. They really are immature idiots. What a loser to LARP as a Nazi and deny it, then go under the brand of Australian nationalist. Shame. Yeah, it's pretty fucking stupid, isn't it? Must be nice being so immature and thinking they are serious people. I'm proud of Australia, the good stuff, and I'm proud to be proud of all the nationalizations and immigrants that helped build this country, while acknowledging that we built it on a genocide of Aboriginal people. Society is for all. I think we can all get down with that. Society is for all. I had a similar we group vandalizing my house. Didn't end well for them. Woozle. Yeah. Ever catch the Daily Telegraph article on White Fight from about 10 years ago? No, I didn't. Immigration is inevitable. I think most Australians will have to accept that. That being said, importing thousands without the infrastructure on a dry continent is not good. It's funny that you say that, because like most of the commentary, when I really boil it down with people at the rallies that I've been going to, like the March for Australia, the Put Australia First, it's like at the end of the day, they don't like migration, but as soon as you boil down, they're just like, look, we don't have the infrastructure. There's governance problems, and that seems to be where it really lies, to be honest. So like, it's a fair point. Governance needs to be there. But like, this is capitalism again at the end of the day, and this is neoliberal capitalism. And like, government spending is a thing of the past. And so the infrastructure is going to crumble regardless, immigration or no. Sorry, nationalities. Yeah, I got it. I've done other things to some of them. Used to associate, but some things you just shouldn't say online. Damn, you hardcore. Hey, masked marching Nazis are Fed Pol cadets on assignment. Here, I only wanted one ear to keep, almost got two. Fuck. Man. Yeah, I played the fifth sometimes, well. I mean the fifth. Alright. Let's let this guy finish his horrible line of argumentation here. Blame humans for needing water, then Adani has a license to take up 12.5 billion liters of water per year from the Sutton River. That's one river.
Yeah,
That's all
and like
river,
I think the crazy thing too, people do this stupid cop out to me all the time. There was they did this to me when I was in Australia. You remember that, Gen Z extremists? Like, I'm an American. Like, I'm an American citizen paying taxes, and I'd be in Australia. They'd be like, you can't comment on America. You're in Australia. And you're like, yeah, well, tell that to the IRS.
Yeah,
I still
they're
have to
always
pay taxes.
the first ones to point out, like, oh, you have dual loyalties, or yeah, you talked about Russia once. You must be like more pro-Russia than you are the U.S., or you live in Australia for a year and they're like, oh, you can't care about the United States anymore. You can't talk about Australia anymore. You have to pick one. But it's like, I mean, you literally fought for the Jewish homeland. Like, you are not the person to be talking about dual loyalties.
Hello.
Well, yeah. Do you want to see something crazy though? These people don't see it as a dual loyalty because I don't know if you guys saw, it's literally nuts. So obviously everyone knows my main studio's in Florida. And this girl, Tony Montana, this account posted this chick. They made the first October 7th memorial in Florida. Did you see this, Oz?
I haven't seen this.
Okay, so this is in the United States. Listen to what she says. There's a key word she says about this and see if you can catch it.
Holocaust Memorial in Miami Beach is the first place in the world to have a memorial for the victims of October 7th. I'm here at the memorial and I want to show you so that you can come see it when you're...
By the way, that's a good thing. We want more. I think we should actually replace all the Holocaust museums with October 7th. I think it's worse, honestly, and it's more relevant. So we should do a system update, like a refresh, and we should talk about.
Are you saying we're going to systematically remove?
What?
The same people that made the Holocaust a thing.
What?
We're gonna
my DNA test is 0.01% Somali, and I will make my aliyah to Minnesota. Okay. Enjoy. Good luck. Fuck cotton. We should be wearing bamboo that was grown where bamboo fucking grows like weeds. Speaking from a garment printer's point of view, so much water waste. Yeah.
Systemically, then we're just gonna AI replace the word Holocaust.
What the fuck are these guys even talking about? Sorry, I can't do this anymore. I thought they were going to talk about the Australia First rally, but like this is garbage. It is fucking garbage.
Not just like, is itself, because there's more, right? You censored. You're not.
Yeah. So
where was your last trip?
Most establishment narratives possible. Listen to this.
Yeah. So
where was your last trip?
No, I haven't seen the memes. I've just heard that he's like going after Somalians or something like that. I don't know what exactly he said. The Somalians are annoying MAGA by saying God promised them Minnesota 3,000 years ago. Actually, I have seen something like that. Actually, yeah, and that's a play on like the kind of supporting Zionists and stuff like that as well, right? It's like catching it all. It's all garbage. They talk shit. Yeah, apparently. Jordan Peterson effect.
Israel.
Listen to this.
Yeah. So
where was your last trip overseas?
Israel. God bless Israel. God bless Australia. God bless America.
God bless the British-speaking race.
I just want to point out that was so funny because then he says, God bless America, because he realizes he has to then bless everyone. So after being like, oh, where were you, America? It's like, actually, yeah, God bless America. And you're like, so what was your point there?
It was true. Like, what was Avi's point there? What was it? They're just going to talk about anti-woke, anti-globalist, anti-Jewish, and other ethnicity, pro-Aryan shit. Yebity trying to insert Jizrael. That's a good one. Like, the best we've got so far is not rail, but Jizrael is pretty good, man. Yeah, British speaking? What was that? Oh my God. That's why I'm moving to Minnesota. I am 0.001% Somali. Right. It is the promised land, after all. Okay. Big giveaway. Anglo. Yeah. All right. I have to leave it there. I'm sorry. But like, if people are around and on Twitch land, just be aware and keep your eye on Discord. Indoctrinathan is going to be streaming later. So if you're out and about, or you're hanging out, if you're hanging out, keep your eye on Discord at the live stream updates. And yeah, Indoctrinathan is going to be playing games, having a Friday game night later. So thank you everyone who's been hanging out today. I think we've had like a number of people come in different waves throughout the day. I can't go back and see everyone, but thank you for Jag, Indoctrinathan, Dilemmas, just here to watch a Transfire, Volta Tor, Taygard 69. I don't know if you've been here before. If you're new, welcome. You've been quite vocal today. Woozal, Cheese Swiss as well before. Thank you. Archived Australia. Coming in the end. Who else? Have I missed anyone? I probably have missed a few people. But yeah, thanks for interacting. 09_JP. What else have I got here? Have I missed anyone? Peter Lloyd. Soft Boiled Frog. Interesting name. Airy Heard Here FHDF Gar, I guess. Thanks for chatting this afternoon. But yeah, thanks everyone, and we will be back on Monday with another live stream. So enjoy your weekend. I hope you get away from the clutches of capital and you're able to enjoy a couple of days off of freedom. You've deserved it. And if you do have to work, I hope you get duly compensated for that. I hope you get some good penalty rates, or like time in lieu or something like that. I hope you are compensated. So yeah, thank you everyone. It's been a pleasure as always. Yeah, if you're new, welcome, Tay. Yeah, thanks for streaming. No worries. Thank you for joining. I was here before. I showed you a video about Palestine. Oh yeah, okay. Welcome back. Welcome back. We're finishing up now, so we haven't enjoyed each other's company for long, but we'll be back on Monday, same time, same place. And until next time, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. See you on the other side. Cheers.